Good evening. Welcome to the meeting of the Yarmouth Board of Selectmen of April 4th, 2023. This is a hybrid meeting, so the following notice must be read into the record. This is the formally advised that is required by General Laws, Chapter 38, Sections 18 through 25, and pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency, signed into law on June 16, 2021, is extended by special legislation dated July 16, 2022. The Yarmouth Board of Selectmen will hold a public meeting on Tuesday, April 4th, 2023 at 6 p.m. in the hearing room, Yarmouth Town Hall, 1146 Route 28, South Yarmouth, Mass. The public is welcome to attend either in person or via the alternative public access provided below, and then the access information is copied, and it is also available on the town website. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and
to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, our first order of business is public announcements. Does anybody have any announcements? We probably should we have our town clerk here. Thank you.
Good evening, Mary Maslowski, Town Clerk. Just a couple of friendly reminders. Town meeting is Tuesday, April 25th at the Mattakey School. We're going to convene, I believe you voted for 6 p.m. The last day to register to vote, if you are not yet registered to vote, is Saturday, April 15th. The Town Clerk's office will be open all day that Saturday from 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. So anybody who is not yet registered and wishes to participate should plan on registering to vote no later than that Saturday. Our town election will be May 16th. There'll be a second opportunity for people to register to vote on Saturday, May 6th as well. The ballot is set for our annual election. I'll be back before you hopefully for your next meeting with the ballot warrant. I just wanted to make everyone aware that there is an opportunity for a write-in candidate for a DY school committee. We did only have one candidate who returned papers, and it is a vote for two this time around. So if anyone is interested in running a write-in campaign for DY school committee, I'd ask that they contact my office and we can give them the information necessary in order to be able to do that. Don't know if there are any questions.
Mary, why don't you just tell people how simple it is, the process to register to vote?
So you can go online to the Secretary of State's website. There is an election division's website for the Secretary of Commonwealth. You can register online any hour of the day or night on that webpage. That hyperlink is also on the town clerk's webpage here for the town of Yarmouth. Right at the bottom of the main page and on the elections page. You can use that hyperlink to go and register directly, or you can come into our office or request a form be mailed to you. So we have forms available upstairs in the hallway. There are forms also outside in the above the drop box. All you need to do is fill that out, sign that with a wet signature, and drop that in the drop box, and we will process that in time for both town meeting or town election.
Okay, thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
You have any announcements, Bob?
Yes, sir. I have one additional public announcement. The town will be conducting a wastewater forum entitled Everything You Wanted to Know About Wastewater in Yarmouth and Article 18, and that will be held on Thursday, April 13, 6 p.m. at the Senior Center.
Okay, good. Public comments. Does anybody want to be recognized for public comment? There's a lady behind you, Vita.
Hello, I'm Linda Callahan, 15 Charles Street, and I'm chair of the Library Planning Committee. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to say that we're very much looking forward to making a presentation before the Board of Selectmen. Right now, we're on the schedule for May 2nd, so we're hoping that that will work. And we just want to bring you up to date with what we've been doing in the last year or so and letting you know what we see coming forward. Just briefly, there has been a state grant that's been announced by the Mass Board of Library Commissioners and in February. And so we're in the process of doing everything that we can do to put our ducks in a row and to be able to apply for a grant. We have to go through a certain process. One part of it is a letter of intent, so that's what we're working on now. And also, we have an RFP that was put out to hire a consultant for a library community assessment study, and we've gotten bids back, and we're in the process of reviewing the bids now. And that's about all. You know, the rest of it will be in much more detail, but I just welcome all the residents to come, attend, either virtually or in person. Any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Actually told Vita. No, go ahead, Vita. Go ahead. And then I'm going to go to Chris Greeley.
Vita Morris. I'm making these comments much belatedly, I think, but I think it's important because I think the situation warrants it. Because Mark Forrest, in responding to my comments 3 weeks ago on the matter of the Title V proposals from the DEP, left the impression, or even said, that everybody knows where I stand on this matter. And I'm not sure exactly that they do, because he made a point of, at the time the town was responding to that proposal, to make sure that Ed Lambert of the radio program would have a copy of what turned out to be a draft, not the latest version of the proposal. And also, I think I was left with the impression that he also was in favor of what was being said, and it was a sharp rebuke to the DEP from the town of Yarmouth. But it turns out that about several weeks later, the commissioners also put out a letter on that same matter, and I don't know why they waited that long. As I said before, I think they should have been the very first ones to try and say something and tell the DEP that this is not something that can fly here with those kind of costs involved and what have you. And they waited till the very last moment to reply. And and I'm going to quote now what is in the commissioner's letter. We write to you today in support of the goals proposed Title V regulations that will, in support. This is totally in opposition to what the town of Yarmouth sent in, and it has your signature on here. Now, I assume you had an option to either vote for this or whatever you did, but you chose not to do it. I mean, you could have abstained, you could have said no or something, but you put your signature in saying you're in support of the DEP's proposal here. So, and so especially since you're running for re-election for this seat in the upcoming election, I think people should know that, you seem to be talking a lot of both sides of your mouth, and I'd like to have it both ways, in other words. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Chris.
Thank you. I'm Chris Greeley from West Yarmouth, and I realize that in a few minutes you're going to be recognizing Bruce Murphy, but I wanted to make a comment or two, given that I've spent probably in excess of 5 years with Bruce while we worked on the significant issues of substance awareness and substance misuse, in this community, and that Bruce really, amongst it, I know you're going to be commending him for a lot of things that he did over so many years, but I really think the impact and the work that was done was so vital at the time. I mean, we looked at sticker shock programs. We looked at the campaign that said, no alcohol until 21, no drugs ever. Really did a lot of work with kids, with graduation parties, post-graduation parties, things like that over the 5 years. And I just think that that's also a very, very significant part of what a lot of those years had, that really had an influence on, generations in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on public comment?
We've got some names up on the big board.
Is anybody up there on the board?
We have friend of Yarmouth, Andrew Gottlieb.
Yes.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I was just, I'm here speaking on behalf of the Association to Preserve Cape Cod to let the board know that we will be communicating with our membership in support of passage of your Article 18 to advance your wastewater construction project. I think it's a worthy project. We commend you for taking it on, and we wanted to let you and the broader community know that it's an important part of the overall effort to improve water quality in Cape Cod, and we support the town's efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Andrew the only one up there?
Carolyn Burnett.
Okay, Carolyn Burnett, can you hear me?
Hi, I'm here. Yeah, my name's Carolyn Burnett. I'm from Yarmouthport. I just wanted to make a comment in support of the special one-day alcohol and entertainment license for Lighthouse Keepers. This coffee shop to me has been really a pillar in this community for myself personally, in regards to the ethics and honesty that they withhold in the community, and just the opportunity for someone like myself to meet in a place that is not a home and that is not a town entity has been pivotal in this last month of my own life. So I just wanted to, again, support and thank Kelly O'Connell for all the work that she's doing for Yarmouthport.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's it for the big board.
That's it, okay. The next item is a recognition of Bruce Murphy for his 43 years of service to the town of Yarmouth. Chris was just mentioning his involvement with the Substance Awareness Committee, which was one of our points of recognition that we were going to make. So what I did to start with, I took 23, which is a current year, and I subtracted 43, and it did bring us back to 1980, when Bruce was first hired as our health director, I think by Bob Lawton, who was the town administrator at the time. And over the years, he's mentored many people that have worked under him. My understanding is that 7 health inspectors who worked under Bruce went on to become health directors at other departments. He has had some challenging times that he's had to advise and direct the town under, which was the HIV/AIDS virus in the 80s, the swine flu in 2009, and then the crowning disease, I suppose, was the COVID-19 in 2020. Bruce frequently lobbied the Department of Public Health and the governor's office for more vaccinations for our aging population, in particular on Cape Cod, and testing for all of our Cape residents. There's a number of programs that he has initiated and been involved in the town. I'll mention just a few. The rental registration program in 1981, the septic cleaner ban additives regulations in 1989, handling and storage of hazardous materials in 1990, septic inspection and maintenance regulations in 1994, regulations prohibiting smoking indoors in 1996, regulations pertaining to fuel storage tanks in 1997, various body art regulations in 2001, updated stable regulations in 2007, restrictions on the sale of tobacco products in 2014. Yarmouth was the first town in Massachusetts to pass regulations banning flavored tobaccos, which, as you know, are very attractive to young people. And a host of other achievements that are too many to mention. But over the years, he's helped with many human service agencies. Chris Greeley just pointed out his work with the Substance Awareness Committee, but he's also worked with the V&A and the Chamber of Commerce. He's held many flu shot clinics, I know, because I was there. And he made them accessible and available to our senior population in particular. Bruce, being the giving kind of person as he is, has requested that his retirement gift be a donation to the Yarmouth Food Pantry, which is not surprising to people who know Bruce. He's about other people. So we have a citation for Bruce from the Board of Selectmen, and it recognizes his retirement as Director of Health, effective April 30th of 2023, and for dedicated service to the town of Yarmouth. And it says, "Be it further known that the town of Yarmouth extends its sincerest thanks and appreciation for his total 43 years of tireless service in the Health Division. This citation is duly signed by the Chairman, Board of Selectmen on this 4th day of March, which is when it was originally done, in the year of our Lord, 2023. And I've signed it on behalf of each member of the board. I'd like you to come up and accept this.
Yay.
I know how long you've served, Bruce, because I was admitted to the Massachusetts bar in 1979. So we are of the same vintage. And it's been a long trek, there's no question about it. But we're very grateful for your loyalty to the town and your service to the community.
Can we just say a couple comments on that, Mike?
Excuse me?
Can we say a couple comments to
Yes, the board members would like to make some individual comments. We'll start with Selectman Forrest.
Thank you very much. And Bruce, we hate to see you go. You've been such a fixture here for so many years, serving the town of Yarmouth and the community with nothing but complete dedication. And the way in which you've served the town has also been remarkable, too. You've been a great role model for so many town employees. You've served with professionalism and with integrity. And I think it speaks to you as an individual, but it also says something about the culture here in Yarmouth that we're trying to sustain and promote. And you've been an important part of this culture of excellence and constituent service. You're always there when people need a hand. If there's been an issue or a problem, it's never difficult to find you. You're always there. I can recall a couple of, I can recall actually many instances, but there are a couple that come to note. During COVID, when we were screaming for vaccine to come to Cape Cod, Bruce was never shy. And in fact, if you know Bruce, you know he's never shy about just about anything. And we were calling on the governor's office to send us more vaccine, and Bruce was part of the chorus. Because as you know, for a while the state's plan was to have Cape Codders hop in their car and drive up to Boston to Gillette Stadium or Fenway Park. But Bruce was sort of leading the charge here on Cape Cod to make sure that we got sufficient vaccine, particularly to handle the care and the healthcare needs of the most vulnerable here. To see you on TV, to see you out there publicly speaking on behalf of the people that really needed help was very much appreciated. And eventually they listened, and eventually we got our supply, and you were there to help get that supply out to the people that needed it. So this is something I'll never forget. The board members might remember when we allowed a concert promoter to use the drive-in site to do concerts. Remember that? Some I know would like to forget that. But as we know, that there were noise issues. It was also during a time of COVID, too, and so it was being done as a way to help find ways to entertain people that were coming to visit the town. And, when you go to the drive-in site, it's not well lit. It's pretty dark out there. And I'll never forget the first time I went out there to see what was going on, because I was getting complaints. People were calling me and emailing me, so I had to go out there and see what was going on. And as I'm walking the site, the first person that I see is Bruce Murphy. And he spent almost every night there helping not just deal with the healthcare issues and make sure that they were doing all to comply with the COVID requirements, but he was also helping them figure out how to mitigate noise. So, the reality is that there was a part of the community where there was some real need, and our neighbors were very upset and very concerned. And sure enough, Bruce Murphy was there literally every night on his own time trying to figure out a way to make that whole thing work. And I'll never forget that, because you didn't have to be there. That wasn't your job. You really weren't necessary to take that kind of role. But you did. And there's just so many examples like that where you just sort of stepped up to help out because the work needed to be done to serve the community and the people of Yarmouth. So once again, we're going to miss you, and really thank you for everything that you've done for this community.
Great. Dan?
Bruce, I'm so glad that you came here tonight, because oftentimes when people retire from the town, for one reason or another, they're not here. But it's so important that we have an opportunity to express our gratitude, our admiration, our thanks for the amount of work and effort and love that you've given to this town. I've known you probably about 20 years now, and you have been that the entire time, the consummate professional. You do your job quietly, but you do it so effectively, and you don't keep in your lane. You help wherever you are needed. And you are such an inspiration to this town and to people who have worked with you. I wish everybody in this town could know just how valuable, how important you have been to the health and the safety of the residents of this town. With COVID particularly, talk about rising to the occasion. You were not only a Cape leader, you were a state leader. And people's lives were impacted and saved because of what you did. You are just a remarkable, remarkable man. 43 years is going to be 3 careers for people going forward. I don't know how you did it, but, you are everything that is good about town government. You are such a remarkable man, and as Mark said, what a role model we've had, and we've lost a lot of them. But I know that even going forward after you've left and hopefully having a wonderful time in retirement, the people that have known you will work that much harder because you did it. And I tell you, I am just so impressed with you, and I am sorry to see you go, but at the same time, I'm so happy for you, and I just wish you all the blessings and all the kindness and goodwill going forward. And thank you so very much for what you have meant to this town.
Thank you, Dan. Dorcas?
Bruce, it's been an unbelievable pleasure for me. Sitting here as a former director at Heatherwood in the 27 years I served there, you were always a phone call away. We had, for those of you who may not know what Heatherwood is, it's a senior living community in Yarmouthport. And Bruce was just a tremendous help. He also was very instrumental in getting us vaccine for the flu, which, now that COVID is kind of, say, upstaged the flu still, particularly for seniors, is an extremely dangerous disease. And fortunately, Bruce was there to take care of it. It was a pleasure. I don't think that we're going to see the like of you again, Bruce, actually, in town government. You were fantastic, a great role model, and you should stand proud as you walk out the door. Thank you so much, Bruce.
Thank you. Bruce, if you're not required to, but if you'd like to make a few comments, you're welcome to.
Well, I'll try to get through it. It's been a great challenge and rewarding time working the town. It's a terrific town. I've enjoyed it. I've been blessed to have a great Board of Health, supportive town administrators, and a Board of Selectmen over the years that's made it very easy for me to move forward and help the community. We have terrific residents that we've worked with, and I've probably worked with most of them because they've probably put in septic systems over the last 43 years. So I've met with them on plans and things like that. I've enjoyed working with the business community in the Chamber of Commerce all the years as they've developed and have gone forward. The human services that we have in town, whether it's the V&A, Duffy, substance awareness committees, they've been terrific to work with. And it's just been a great town to work with, and I just can't be more than pleased and rewarded that I've been here the whole time. And on Mark's thing with the drive-in site, we were lucky that we could reach out to the state and said we wanted to open up the drive-in site, and there was a lot of going back and forth. We were able to get that open with conditions with the Board of Health to keep it open and make sure people were staying in their pods, and we had to watch that on a regular basis. And it is dark up there, and you see somebody walking around, and there's Forrest checking on the checker. So that was good, and we were able to keep the water park open. That was another outdoor activity for a big business that we could draw people into town and be safe during that whole time. And it was challenging working with the Department of Public Health and the governor's office, but we were able to work with that. Outdoor dining worked out great for the restaurants, and that was something that they're carrying forward now, and we still see. So I just appreciate working and very proud that I worked in the town. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruce. Okay, that brings us to our next item, which is the swearing in of our new fire chief. Do you want to come forward? And our town clerk will swear you in.
Good evening. If you would raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, please state your name, do solemnly swear and affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and will support the Constitution and laws thereof. And further, I, please state your name, do solemnly swear and affirm that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon me as fire chief for the town of Yarmouth, according to the charter, bylaws, rules and regulations of the town of Yarmouth, the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and the Constitution and laws of the United States of America. So help me God. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you want to do a picture?
I'm wondering if he and his family want to do a picture.
Do you want to take a, just,
Go ahead, let's
Yeah.
take a shot.
Let's get Enrique back here.
Carrasque, perhaps you and your family can come up for some pictures and we can have a picture with the board?
Would you like me to take photos for you?
Family in front of the seal, and then we'll bring the Board of Selectmen in.
Okay, that'd
well.
be great. Yeah,
So
my
you guys-
my daughters aren't here, but this will do. So that's all right. Appreciate it. Just
Yes, step right up,
right
right up here.
The chairman's.
We'll get you with the town seal.
I'm trying to get a little closer.
I'll send these to you.
Me too. Great photo. You ready for round two?
Round two.
You guys all set?
Thank you.
Come on, Bob.
Let's get the whole team up here. Yes.
Come on, we're one big family, right, Mike?
We're just the fillers.
Yeah, come on in.
Does your photo go with your cup, or is that just an illusion?
And she
They're
hates
kind of
being
cloud-like,
told.
yeah.
I have a marble obsession.
Is that what that is? I thought it was a clown. This is, yeah,
Marble.
yeah, this is marble.
Okay.
Wannabe marble.
set.
Tie-dye.
My goodness, that emptied the room.
Maybe
Yep.
quartz.
Place cleared out pretty soon.
And nice to see so much of the department show up for that.
Yeah, it is nice.
Good
Okay, the
sign.
next item is a hearing for a special one-day alcohol and entertainment license for Lightkeepers Pantry LLC, 173 Route 6A, Yarmouthport. Good evening. You want to introduce yourselves for the record, then I will read the legal notice, and then you can make your presentation.
Hi, I'm Kelly O'Connell, co-owner of Lighthouse Keepers.
Greg Bilazikian, co-owner of Lighthouse Keepers Pantry.
Thank you. The Yarmouth Board of Selectmen, acting as the local licensing authority, has received an application from Lighthouse Keepers Pantry LLC for a special one-day malt alcohol license and a one-day special entertainment license for a co-branding product launch at 173 Main Street, Yarmouthport, Mass. on Saturday, April 22nd, 2023, from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Greg Belzikian is listed as the person in charge of the event. Entertainment will include amplification under 60 decibels and recorded music by a DJ. The hearing will be held on Tuesday, April 4th, 2023, at Town Hall, 1146 Route 28, South Yarmouth. The Selectmen's meeting begins at 6 p.m. Written comments will be accepted until 4:30 Friday, March 31st, 2023, in the Selectmen's office at Town Hall, or can be submitted electronically to public comment at yarmouth.ma.us. Verbal comments will be accepted at the hearing. Okay, you can proceed.
Thanks, Mayor. So we are working on a collaboration with our partners at Devil's Purse Brewery in Dennis to launch a spicy pickle lager. So it combines inspiration from our hot sauces and our one of our pickles, along with their beer. The purpose of the event is to launch the product and serve just the beer and to celebrate the collaboration between the two brands.
Okay. Now, about the music, is it just going to be recorded music?
Yes. Yes, it'll just be recorded music.
Yeah,
The
and
60
I
decibels is
see
the-
your hours can't be objectionable, 3 PM to 6 PM, right?
Right, those, we'd have to have a permit to be a nightclub. If you were doing evenings, would be a nightclub permit for anything after 6.
And then you'd get into crowd managers and all that stuff, right?
To have a different.
Sprinkler
different set of
systems and-
issue- different set
So-
of issues.
This is going to be in a barn on the property. Tell us about the location.
Sure. There's a barn in the back of the property. We're going to be serving out of the front of the barn to keep most people outside, not have an indoor activity. But will be a sampling section. We'll serve some light fare that we prepare on site.
Okay, good. And you've mailed the notices out to the abutters. You have an affidavit here, right? That you've done that? Okay, good. Does anybody in the audience want to be heard on this matter? See, I told you the hours, 3 to 6, nobody cares. Okay, I'll go to the board. Mark, any questions or comments?
No, I'm fully supportive of this. I think it's wonderful, and I have no questions. I think, to see the kind of collaboration with the business, congratulations. I think this is it's a wonderful way to help grow a business and expand. Yeah, so.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Dan?
I agree. I'm extremely supportive, and it's no small feat that every single letter that we've got has been in support of this. And that's a challenging population over there. And you've really been a rallier for that community and that neighborhood. So
We spiked the coffee.
must be. Congratulations and
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dorcas?
I also completely support it. I think it's great. Pickles, I can't imagine pickles and malt, but I'm sure it's going to be great.
You can come try some.
There you go.
So,
you.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
No,
We have letters of support from Anthony, Panebianco, Panabianco, from Rory Jensen at 25 Minden Lane in Yarmouthport, and just letting you know who your friends are, that's all. Barbara and John Stewart at 182 Route 6A in Yarmouthport. No need to read the details because this is far from being controversial. So do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? So that's unanimous. Do I have a motion to grant the licenses as requested?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? That's unanimously granted. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Have a great
Congratulations.
night. Thank you.
Thanks, good luck.
Hope to see you at the party.
Okay. And we have one other licensing matter. Which is a hearing on the transfer of an alcohol license for Hearth and Kettle, 1196 Route 28 in South Yarmouth. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, everyone. My name is Luis Matos, and I'm here for the transfer of alcohol license for
Okay.
Hearth and Kettle.
I'll be reading the notice into the record, and then as soon as I do that, you can give us an overview of what you want us to do.
Yes, sir.
The Yarmouth Board of Selectmen, acting as the local licensing authority, has received an application for a transfer of an annual all-alcohol restaurant license. The license is being transferred from Hearth and Kettle of Yarmouth, Inc., doing business as Hearth and Kettle, Louis Massey, manager, to Seven Lakes LLC, DBA Hearth and Kettle, Louis Matos, is that how you say it?
Yes, sir.
M.A.
Matos.
Matos, manager. The premises located 1196 Route 28 South Yarmouth is 5,664 square feet, one floor containing 2 dining rooms, outside patio, small lounge, kitchen, restrooms, cellar for storage, office, employees' room, and prep area, 3 entrances/exits. The hearing will be held on Tuesday, April 4th, 2023 at Town Hall, 1146 Route 28 South Yarmouth. The Selectmen's meeting begins at 6 p.m. Written comments will be accepted until 4:30 Friday, March 31, 2023, in the Selectmen's office at Town Hall, or can be submitted via email at publiccomment.yarmouth.ma.us. Verbal comments will be accepted at the hearing. Okay, so you are representing the LLC.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Thank you, Chris. Tell us a little bit about your operation.
It's the Hearth and Kettle. It's a few blocks from here. I'm in the process of purchasing the restaurant. I've worked on the restaurant, the Hearth and Kettle in Hyannis, for a few years with the current owner. And the opportunity arose for me to purchase the Hearth and Kettle in Yarmouth. I work with some of the employees here as well. So the Hearth and Kettle has been here in Yarmouth for over 40 years in the same location. So my plan is to purchase the Hearth and Kettle, keeping the same menu, same employees, and just improving the restaurant. The employees here have worked here for many years. All 3 managers are staying with on the transition. Willie has been working with us for over 40 years. Both chefs, David and Dave, one has been with the Hearth and Kettle for over 19 years, the other one for 11 years. So we do have a group of employees that has been with the Hearth and Kettle for a long time.
Okay. I see you met with Sergeant Hennessy and went over the state and local regulations and laws pertaining to alcohol service.
Yes, sir.
And you understand them, right?
Yes, sir.
You were in law enforcement briefly.
Yes, sir. I was. I just went to the seminar today over at the.
You went to the seminar today?
Yes, sir.
Good.
The Yarmouth Police Department.
Yeah, that's required every 2 years, and there's another one that the Yarmouth Restaurant Association puts on for servers, which is, I believe the date's gonna be, it's a Monday, I think it's June 26th, if that's the Monday. You can contact Tom Murphy, who's the head of the Yarmouth Restaurant Association. We can get you that contact information. It's an excellent program, and I go to it every year. In fact, I'm one of the participants in the program.
Right.
We usually get somebody from the DA's office. There's a main speaker that lectures on how to detect false identifications, underage drinking, the do's and don'ts that should happen in restaurants. Our police chief typically comes as well and participates. And there's a whole, it's a couple hours long, but it's really an excellent program. And it's geared not so much to managers and owners, but to the actual frontline workers.
Yes, sir. They mentioned it today at the seminar.
Good. You know, I think it would serve to protect your business interests.
Yes, sir.
You know, because they're the frontline people that are going to make or break you.
Right.
With the rules and regulations being observed. So, did we get any feedback on this at all? No. Any emails, letters, nothing? Is there anybody in the audience that wants to be heard on this matter? Seeing none. Okay, I'll see if the board has any questions. Mark?
Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you, sir.
And I want to wish you luck.
Thank you.
I've known the Catanias for a long, long time.
Yes, sir. I worked with them at the Cape Codder for a long time.
The Hearth and Kettle is an institution.
Yeah.
This restaurant here has been part of the fabric of our community for a long, long time.
Yeah.
A lot of meetings, a lot of events.
Yes.
And not only the Catanias, but the staff, the management, everybody has been just wonderful to work with. And I think it's evident to say that while we're going to miss the Catanias, it's great that you're in a position to step in and to try to continue the tradition that they started there, being a very family-oriented restaurant and an ownership that looked out for the employees and sort of built a very dedicated cadre of people. So I'm very supportive of this, and I want to wish you all the luck.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
In the world.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I agree with everything Mark just said. I've loved Hearth and Kettle from the moment I came to Cape Cod. My wife was one of the employees. I have all the blue dresses and the hats. My kids played dress up with them for years. So it is an institution, and it's truly one of my favorite places to go. You know, the staff is wonderfully friendly, and it's just good food. And I was worried when I heard that Hearth and Kettle was on the market, and we really were worried that we were going to lose you. And we're so happy to have you.
Thank you.
And
Appreciate it.
I'm sure that the residents of Yarmouth will show their appreciation as well.
Great. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
My turn.
Yep.
Thank you very much for doing this. I think it's fantastic. It is a staple in our community, a place that all of us have fond memories of some kind of occasion. I personally have been a member of the Yarmouth Rotary Club, who has met there every Friday at 7 for as long as the club has been in existence. So we're really happy to see you. And another memory happens to be Dan Horgan taking me to coffee at the Hearth and Kettle and talking me into running for selectman.
Did you send him a bill?
So I wish you the best of luck. Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion to close the public portion of the hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, now we need a motion to grant the transfer of, you're not applying for entertainment now, just a liquor transfer, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Just making sure we have everything, that's right, okay.
So moved.
A motion to grant the application to transfer the license?
That's so moved, Mr. Chairman.
We have a second. All right, all those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you very much, and good luck.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Another non-controversial liquor license hearing, the kind I like. We're going to next have a presentation by the petitioner of the plastic reduction bylaw and single-use plastic water bottle ban bylaw. And then we're going to go to an annual town meeting preview.
All right.
Good evening. Do you ladies want to introduce yourselves?
My name is Haley O'Neill. I'm a resident in West Yarmouth.
I'm Isabel Kaplan. I live in Hyannis, but I'm just here for moral support.
Thank you.
I am the petitioner of the plastic reduction article number 34. I appreciate this opportunity to discuss this article with you today. This article will eliminate plastic takeout containers for food as well as plastic cutlery. Behavioral change and alternative products, reusable products, are what this ban advocates. Single-use plastic is a local, national, and global issue. A study published in the journal Nature Sustainability analyzed 12 million pieces of litter collected from oceans, rivers, shorelines, the seafloor, and open waters. Researchers found that 80% of items were plastic, and nearly half, 44%, was related to takeout materials. Other items included disposable cutlery. Estimates are that there will be more plastic than fish in our oceans by 2050 if our behavior does not change. Plastic kills 1 million seabirds and over 1 million marine mammals each year and comprises 80% of the total beach trash on Cape Cod. Based on 2019 findings, the economic cost of plastic pollution affecting tourism, fisheries, and shipping sectors are estimated to be at least $8 billion annually. The single-use plastic problem. Takeaway boxes and containers make up a considerable part of single-use municipal solid waste. 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions from single-use plastic come from takeaway food containers. The life cycle of plastic is shown in this infographic. The life cycle of single-use plastic adversely impacts human and environmental health from production to consumption to disposal. Specific to takeout containers, they are made from heat-resistant, flexible plastic derived from petroleum, a fossil fuel. The majority continue to contain phthalates and BPAs. Both have been linked to health issues. At disposal, plastic does not biodegrade. As noted in the infographic, recycling is a myth. Plastic is a human and environmental health hazard. Any plastic can leach depending on the conditions. At consumption, plastic leaches chemicals into our water and food, especially when that plastic is exposed to heat or light. One thing I would like you to consider is when hot food is placed into plastic takeout containers, it increases the probability that chemicals will leach onto that food. Chemicals in plastic have been tied to cardiovascular disease, obesity, reproductive, and developmental disorders. Plastic has been found in the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the food that we eat. Most recently, plastic has been found in human blood, in the placenta, and in lung tissue. Now, returning back to what I said about plastic recycling being a myth, most single-use plastic is not recycled. The plastic industry rarely uses recycled plastic in the vast majority of their products, unlike glass and metal industries. The recycling arrows stamped on plastic products and the cities that collect every type of plastic via their recycling programs lead people to believe that all plastic products are recyclable and being recycled. That is simply not true. In fact, for the small proportion of plastic that is recycled, it is typically turned into only one other product, which will likely be landfilled at the end of its life. Now, this picture here is from the March 2020 Rolling Stone issue. This is a warehouse full of unsorted plastic waste. To me, I think this picture is worth 1,000 words. This is really the reality of what happens to plastic after we dispose of it. To most people, plastic is out of sight, out of mind when they're done. But when you throw plastic away, there is no way it will persist on this planet forever. Now, to restate the proposed bylaw, the definitions and terms are provided in the warrant. Prohibitions, A, except as provided herein, food establishments are prohibited from dispensing prepared food to customers in disposable food service containers and utensils made from plastic. Town facility users are prohibited from dispensing prepared food to customers in disposable food service containers made from plastic and providing utensils made from plastic. The following institutions are exempt from this bylaw: public and private schools, educational institutions, summer camps, child care facilities, and other child care programs approved to participate in the USDA child nutrition programs. The effective date of this bylaw is September 1st, 2024. This will give restaurants well over a year to make the necessary changes. The fines and fine schedules are provided here. I'm here tonight asking you to support this article, which supports human and environmental health today and in the future of our town. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions on this particular article before we go to the next one? Mark?
I'm just curious, what motivated you to get involved in this?
Well, honestly, a lot of things. I think all these new studies coming out about how plastic is bioaccumulating in our bodies, and also growing up where plastic, it wasn't as relevant as it is today. Also, I feel like the rise of, after COVID, a lot of restaurants started using a lot more single-use plastic products, and I want people to know how bad it is for you, and I want to protect the citizens of our town by having them be exposed to less plastic, by banning plastic takeout containers.
That's great. I want to commend you both for taking an interest in an issue like this and getting involved. There are lots of younger people today that get very concerned about things, but they don't take that extra step to get involved. And you both are to be commended for your interest, your dedication, to put yourself out there, to get behind a petition like this, and to answer questions. You know, local government is very, very democratic, and it's very open and participatory. So my hope is we'll see you at town meeting, and you'll stay with it, and that this involvement, this encouragement, this work that you're doing will lead to maybe some other things, and you can sustain your involvement, because we need people like you to be involved and be active. So thank you for all your work on this initiative, and thank you for getting involved. Thank you for speaking out. It's very important.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I agree. I know how much courage it takes to come and do something like this. And to be doing this at your age is just so impressive to me. But it's your world, isn't it, that we're talking about here. Generally speaking, I'm supportive of this. I think most people are. It's how do we get there? So I just have a couple questions. Am I correct in assuming that this is a Cape-wide effort? This isn't just a Yarmouth thing, right? This is being done in many other towns. And obviously, you're the face of Yarmouth. But is there an organization that's behind this? And what is that?
Yes, I'm doing this with the group Sustainable Practices.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and we are filing in Harwich, Eastham, P-Town, and Falmouth, Brewster, and also Sandwich.
Okay.
Mhm.
I just think that's important for people to understand that. Let me ask you this. Have you been in touch with our RASWAC committee, our Recycling and Solid Waste Committee? Have you worked with them to try to explain what it is you're trying to do, and have you had any feedback from them?
I have not yet reached out to the recycling committee. I was hoping after this meeting to reach out to them. I'm hoping that they're in support of this. I think it would make it easier for them, because I know they did that educational program about not putting your black plastic in the recycling containers.
Yeah, I'd absolutely encourage that, because we have some really wonderful volunteers in town that are passionate about this subject. And so, I definitely think that, you want to partner with them to help educate the people in town of why steps like this are in our best interest, and certainly in your best interest. I'll be candid with you. My concern is just the way that this has gone about, that it's kind of landing on our doorstep right at town meeting, rather than us having been a part of the process, our committee having been a part of the process. I have concerns about our business community. How are they going to adjust? I know plastic isn't the answer. I get that. But the alternatives are more expensive. At least that's what I'm being told. And see, this is why it's important that we have this dialogue and this conversation well in advance of town meeting. You know, because our business community is concerned because, you know, trying to make a living right now in a business in Cape Cod and particularly in Yarmouth is challenging. And, you know, we have a huge influx in the summertime of tourists, as you know. And so I'm concerned about trying to work with our business community in conjunction with people who are serious about changing the way we do things for the future of this planet. But we're part of government. We try to do this incrementally so that people can prepare and make the adjustments. I appreciate that you're a year out. From my point of view, I wish we had more of a conversation prior to just now, because it's a little challenging. I haven't certainly been able to get feedback from the business community. I've only talked with a member of the chamber who expressed her concerns. So I want you to know that, A, I'm very pleased to see you here and you, because you have to be a part of this solution. You have to step up and really make us respond. And I really applaud that. And I applaud the work that you're doing, generally speaking. I'm just a little concerned about how we get there and making sure that we prepare everybody, the residents, the businesses, the tourists, for what's coming. And this is coming. There's no doubt about it. But I'm just concerned that that groundwork hasn't been done fully or well yet.
May I make a comment?
Sure, absolutely.
I just want to stress the fact that this proposed change is, in the long term, it's a really small change and it's not a huge ask of businesses. And I know that it is a concern for them, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not a big change. A lot of restaurants are already using products that would comply with this bylaw. And I just also want to stress the timeline. We feel that it's extremely important to get this done as soon as possible. Not to say that we don't want to involve the recycling committee in the town, we would like to. But I just want to stress that if you've seen the IPCC report, we have to act now, and this change cannot wait.
And I appreciate those comments, I really do, and I agree with them. I just, you know, as an elected representative, I'm trying to balance all of the needs in this town. And so I've expressed some of my concerns, generally extremely supportive of what you're doing here, and I hope we can work as partners moving forward to try to make this change and others, because there's just so much that we have to do to protect this planet. Or, you know, there's nothing going to be left to be protected, you know, including ourselves. So thank you very much for coming tonight, and I look forward to the conversation at town meeting.
Thank you. Also, we are willing to work with the recycling committee and to work with businesses. I am someone who, as like most people, I grew up waitressing in the summer. I still do because it's good money. But I know that restaurants could easily make the switch to alternatives that don't contain plastic. And then our end goal would be to have restaurants using a closed loop cycle where you would get your takeout in like a stainless steel container, something like that, and then take it home and then bring it back. The customer could pay like a deposit or something. It could be different, but that would be the goal, would be to have a system where we're not really creating any waste through takeout. But in the meantime, I understand that that could be a lot to implement. In the meantime, there are many plastic alternatives that the price point difference isn't, I don't believe it could make or break a business. It's really not that much. Also, that price would probably go back on to the consumer. And as we know, people are willing to pay a lot of money. Like, they do Grubhub, Postmates, Uber. Like, they're paying like a big delivery fee just to get takeout. I don't think having like 50 cents more, whatever that number would be, would deter them from getting takeout at all.
Good comments. Final shot, I really would encourage not only the business community, but chamber, get in touch with the chamber and just sit down with them so you're getting direct information about what the concerns are, because you can respond to them better if you know what they are and know exactly what we're talking about in terms of price increases and concerns that the individual business owners have. But talk to RASWAC, talk to chamber, and thank you so much for coming forward.
Thank you. I will do that.
Yeah. Dorcas?
I'm very impressed at both of you coming before us today. I wish we could see more of your generation getting involved in business. And, you know, I'm not going to go into the same things, I think, between Selectman Forrest and Selectman Horgan. They pretty well covered what I would have said, too. I just am in awe of both of you coming here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
I had a question about the exemption in the bylaw. It says public and private schools, educational institutions, summer camps, child care facilities, and other child care programs approved to participate in USDA child nutrition programs are exempt. So can you tell me why those particular organizations are exempt?
Yeah, when we were doing our research on this, we learned that some of those institutions may be under state or federal contracts that would make it difficult for them to comply with this bylaw.
If I may just add to Izzy's comments, what they're referring to is that this bylaw is really supposedly focused on local items that we are in direct control over. Even if you look at the food establishment, it's related to food establishment packaging, not where they're getting their materials. And the primary reason is on the local level, we have a lot more control. We can't really control what the external vendors are doing. But you look historically, it's local grassroots change that leads to state and national change. So a lot of times people think that top-down works, but it's really the only reason why top-down looks like it works is because the work has been done by people like Izzy and Haley, and hopefully a little bit by me, on the grassroots basis. And so we're looking for leadership change on the grassroots because it will have tremendous impact on the national level when we need it. The commercial ban, as Haley has noted, has been picked up by other communities across Massachusetts, New York, and Rhode Island, and most recently California. So we're very proud of the efforts that have been made on the Cape because we've actually been an example for other communities. But we cannot legislate what the federal government can do as much as they can legislate what we can do.
Well, thank you.
My name is Madhavi Venkatesan. I'm the Executive Director for Sustainable Practices. I live in Brewster, Massachusetts, just a little hop, skip, and a jump from here.
Okay, thank you. The other comment I wanted to make is on the enforcement section of this. It says that the town administrator is the enforcing authority or any committee that the town administrator appoints. That's kind of a surprise in a way, because usually the Board of Selectmen would be the enforcing authority rather than picking out an administrator. I'm not done. So hold it, because you might have more to say.
It's okay,
But then the enforcement provisions seem to put kind of a burden on the town. It says each day, it talks about each day being a separate violation. After detection of an initial violation, the designated inspection authority, which again would be the town administrator or his appointees, will be required to verify subsequent compliance until compliance with this bylaw is established. All businesses will be routinely inspected until the town administrator deems the inspection to be no longer required. Now, I don't think he's anxious to take on that responsibility with everything else that he has to do in all of the various businesses that this bylaw would apply to. Do you want to comment on that? any of you, whichever.
Sure, I will let them provide their comments as
Please
well.
speak loudly.
I hope, I'm sorry, I'm usually very loud. But that particular provision has passed the Attorney General's office, and it is in effect in all the 8 towns that Haley had noted earlier, that it has the plastic water bottle ban in effect. The language actually provides enough leeway for the town administrator to determine what they believe is routine, what committee they believe should be the oversight committee. We did not want to dictate specifically what and how often the town administrator would comply with these items. So there's enough leeway there for that interpretation. So it should not be a big challenge. In other communities, what has happened is a town has notified all retailers that would be impacted by the bylaw, and most retailers generally comply. In your particular case, should it pass, you have enough alternatives, should those be what alternatives that the retailers choose, to actually make it an easy movement. But really hoping that most people will looking at reusables or some other type of product.
Usually, I would think that enforcement of something like this would fall on the health department, not the town administrator.
The town administrator can appoint the committee. That's what it
Do you know where our town administrator lives?
Well, the town administrator could appoint the health department as being the oversight committee.
Yarmouth.
But the point is that it's under his
Don't get me
purview.
wrong, we've got a very good town administrator, but I don't know, I just find that kind of surprising that somebody would designate it, for 2 reasons. Number one, it just generally befalls the purview, I think, of the Board of Health, and secondly, I don't think people have any idea what the level of responsibility of a town administrator is. It's not like they got free time to pick up additional responsibilities. But let me say a couple other things. First of all, I agree with my colleagues that it's nice to see young people get involved in issues of importance. Any issues, really, but particularly issues of importance. I think it's great. I think it's Dan Horgan, when he was the town moderator, was always going to the high school. I was at forums with him, pleading and encouraging and trying to get young people involved. It's been a real challenge to get young people to step forward like you two have. So I commend you both for that. The other thing I'll say in terms of just general advice in terms of an article, you remember the plastic bags, right? When you'd go to a place like CVS and the town voted to prohibit that, and now everybody uses paper, which is biodegradable. But there was an effort to reach out with those businesses, and they had no problem with it, and they capitulated, and they were a big part of getting this done. I think any article of importance like this, it's important to reach out to everybody that's going to be affected by it. Just to give you kind of a comparison, we want to do a big wastewater project, which is a sewer project in town. And so we're reaching to just about the private homes, the businesses, commercial interests, anybody that can really be affected by that. We want to talk to them. We want to try to convince them that this is a good thing to do. We want to take their input, their suggestions. And if it's successful, and I believe it will be, I think that's going to be a large part of why it is successful, because it's a collaborative project. And I think that's what Selectman Forrest was kind of hinting at, and Selectman Horgan also. When I hear an issue, whatever it is, I'd like to have the stakeholders at the table, the people who are going to be affected, just for their input. They might agree, they might disagree, but at least I think we should hear them and see what their concerns are. So that's all I have to say.
Mr. Chairman, could your comments actually brought up one more for me. Under your prohibitions, you list the educational institutions and private schools, et cetera. You might be also considering senior care, Meals on Wheels. Those are federally funded programs. So that is something for you to keep in mind, too.
Thank you. I will consider that. Also, thank you for the advice tonight. Moving forward, I will be contacting the stakeholders and the Chamber of Commerce, the Recycling Committee. I do personally know some restaurant owners that I'll reach out to, but there's a lot of restaurants in Yarmouth. And also, unfortunately, some people do not like change. So they might not be as receptive to hearing this, but...
Well, there's no question about that. I don't think you're ever going to get a room where you're going to have 100% of people in compliance with a particular, 51% versus 49 will do it, really, on most issues. There's some town articles you have to have a 2/3 vote, but most of them are bare majority votes. And that's the democratic process. You get the majority of the votes, you get your way. Chris Greeley, you have a question or a comment? Or both?
Anything, right? Chris Greeley, West Yarmouth. I have several questions. One is, are these prohibitions also in effect against our supermarkets and markets such as Peterson's, because they all do single-use food containers, and I don't sort of see them. You keep mentioning restaurants and that. That would be my first question. Secondly, I have to tell you, I had the experience in a local restaurant lately where there was basically a very porous cardboard container that was given for takeout, and so cleaning my upholstery in my car was not a pleasant experience for the 10-minute ride home. But that's a comment. The second question had to do with the issue of the actual materials that are going to be substituted for things such as plastic cutlery and some of these other things, because my understanding is, I've seen bamboo, things like that used, but they're exceedingly expensive. And I wondered even about availability and the kind of preparation that needs to be done in the industry. And then thirdly, I have to admit, when you mentioned the idea or the concept of stainless steel as takeout from restaurants that are getting recycled, then you're really talking about an amazing problem with these restaurants then having to go to public health standards of cleaning items that are returned to them, which is also going to add another component part to all of this. And one of the things, and I made Dorcas quite appalled the other day, they researched this coming out on a lot of these containers. It doesn't matter whether it's the plastic reusable bags from supermarkets with the bacteria that are in those, unless they're cleaned effectively. But secondly, the individual drinking containers, the kinds of germs and things that are on that. So I have a lot of concerns about the materials, the availability of materials to provide substitution very quickly. And then secondly, if you're really talking about them then needing to be a recyclable metal or whatever, who's going to be responsible for the cleaning? So the questions have to do with supermarkets and Peterson's Market, places like that do have individual use. And then secondly, the availability of the materials in such a short timeline. Thank you.
Okay, would you like to respond?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, to address the first thing, the bylaw is talking about food establishments. So if those supermarkets are considered food establishments, then they would be in this. Then they would be covered in this. The second question, I believe, was the materials one.
Can I just address the food establishments? Also, it would only cover prepared foods, which, as defined in the article, is food that does not need any further cooking, so it would not apply to regular groceries.
Or something that was prepared off-site. It wouldn't apply to that. The second one, or with the whole stainless steel container and being worried about them being clean, it's just like when you eat off a plate from a restaurant or use use silverware from a restaurant. It's the same way that's being cleaned.
There are also companies that offer the service so that the restaurants would be essentially renting the containers from this company, and the company would be in charge of the sanitization of the products. There are multiple ways that this could go into effect, but again, that wouldn't be a requirement of the article. It would just be an ideal to move toward.
Yes.
And if I could just add, what they're referring to is companies such as Useful, which is headquartered here in Massachusetts, right outside Boston, and many other entities that are growing across the United States. Basically, they provide a service where they have the containers themselves. They actually manage the inventory, so there's not a Board of Health issue because they're an independent entity that's actually set up purely to provide containers, clean those containers, and inventory manage those containers, redeploy them to restaurants. And the whole time they actually keep a record of each one because typically the containers themselves have a QR code. And this way, what you're doing is eliminating disposal waste and increasing behavioral change. This is not a new phenomenon. Those of us that have been around a little bit over 50 years probably remember that we had to carry things in lunch boxes and that we didn't have the convenience of takeout. So this is reintroducing and correcting a mistake.
All right,
It's the same concept as the milkman, even though I haven't
Are
been
we
around
ready
for the
to go to
milkman.
next article? Yes?
Just one final thing, if you could, at town meetings, somebody's going to ask you, what does that service cost? So have that ready, okay?
Right.
Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you. All right. My next, oh wait. Should I wait to start? Okay. My next article should be familiar to you all. It passed in 11 towns. It is the commercial single-use plastic water bottle ban. Though it was rescinded in 3 towns before it went into effect, it is going into its 2nd year of being in effect in 8 towns throughout Cape Cod. These towns are Brewster, Chatham, Eastham, Falmouth, Harwich, Orleans, Provincetown, and Wellfleet. As to not repeat myself on the issues related to plastic, I'd like to stress this is not a disposal issue. This is not something recycling can solve. Plastic is a greenhouse gas emission and human health issue. It's a petroleum-based product. The chemicals that leach from plastic are tied to a number of health issues, including cancer, obesity, endocrine disruptions, autoimmune diseases, and ADHD. Oftentimes, single-use plastic water bottles are used in the summertime at a point where they are more dangerous to human health. As I've already pointed out, heat increases the potential for plastic to leach chemicals into the water they contain. These products impact individuals in the present as well as in the indefinite future, given that plastic is a forever product and it will never biodegrade. I know the town of Yarmouth understands this issue, and I will remind you that this ban did not pass by only 9 votes when presented 2 years ago. Since that time, so much more information is available. I'm confident that the citizens of Yarmouth understand that the time is now. I look to you as our elected leaders to lead on this issue. There are already alternatives available that are being used in other towns, and we are lucky to live in a place where our tap water is drinkable and readily available, and there are water quality reports online. Both of these articles address that single-use plastics represent a crisis. Our convenience consumption mentality is literally killing us. If Yarmouth supports either one of these articles, we could be a leader for other towns and communities in the world. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any board members have questions? Dorcas, do you have anything?
No, thank you.
Dan?
No real questions. Again, many of the same comments. Partnering with local businesses, with the chamber, with RASWAC is so important to be successful in something like this, because if they're on your side, you're going to be successful at town meeting. If they're not, and that's what happened the last time, is that the RASWAC committee really wasn't on board with the I think it was what was included and what wasn't included in the article. I don't know specifically, but I just think that, doing that groundwork is so important in order to be successful. But these are great measures. Can I ask you, is there a kind of plastic that's out there that is less damaging? Okay.
No.
Okay. I know that people are using like paper bottles now, paper boxes of water. Unfortunately, our town hasn't done a great job of getting water stations up and running yet. And that's something that we need to do, obviously, especially if we're going to do away with single-use containers. So that again is something we should be doing in conjunction with, not as a result of. But again, I applaud what you're doing. I'd love to be a help with you. So let's try to put our heads together and try to educate the people of the town and the business owners.
Thank you. And I do feel like the people of the town are aware of this problem. I mean, this has been successful in 8 other towns. There are many alternatives. Also, with the whole we don't have enough hydration stations. I know that, but I don't really think that we can afford to wait. Like, the time is now to make these changes, and then we can work on also adding more hydration stations. I think that's something the town needs regardless of this ban. Do you want to say anything?
Mark?
No comments. Again, thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
I have a question. It's not probably meaningful to anybody but me, but it's the way my mind works. It says sales or distribution of non-carbonated, unflavored drinking water is banned. So if it's carbonated or it's flavored, it's not banned. And yet you have the same container which does the same level of environmental damage. So I think to myself, why is one exempt and the other isn't?
Well, water, unflavored, non-carbonated water has a 1-for-1 replacement, and that's tap water. That's readily available. We would love to ban all plastic containers, but that's a challenge, and this is a good start, we think.
They invited me to come up here because she looked at me, so that's why I came up. But Izzy said exactly what we would normally say. And the issue is, think about how hard this simple learning curve is with one product. If we were to go with the blanket statement, we would have a hard time. In spite of all the information that's available in this world today, and in spite of it being an internet age, which many of us know when it wasn't an internet age, people do not educate themselves. And now I'm even more concerned with ChatGPT, because we can have something else think for us too. So I think the time is now that we really try to take hold and maybe engage our citizens with critical engagement in what they're consuming. We have normalized so many diseases in my lifetime. It's time to think about the cause.
All right. Anybody else? Okay, I guess that's it. Thank you, ladies. Thank you very much. We'll see you at town meeting.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Very impressive.
Now we're going to have our annual town meeting preview. And we will take questions that people have or comments that they have on articles as we go through them. We made that commitment previously.
Chairman, I want to acknowledge Bill Scott, who did another great job this year, and we have our new format in organizing the town meeting presentations in a thematic format that is consistent and provides a lot of detailed information that it's almost multi-dimensional, that as we discuss the articles, we're going to have a tremendous amount of information from an audiovisual standpoint that'll be up in the town meeting room. So as Mr. Moderator works through the articles, folks will see what's, they'll have the books in front of them, they'll have the material up on the screen, and it's a tremendous amount of work to pull that all together. And I just always in awe of the just amount of progress Bill's helped us make in some of these things. So I think it's coming together really great. We thought that we would walk through the town meeting articles and have it open to any questions or issues, and just hopefully orient folks to what's on the town meeting warrant, what they can expect, and answer any questions while we go.
Do you want Jeff up here? The three of us can
Yeah.
sort of share.
I think Jeff should come on up, since he's spending most of our money. No. But being the technical resource that he is, Jeff is just a tremendous wealth of information on all of the various projects that we have moving forward. So
We mentioned wastewater articles. Instead of saying 200 million, we'll say 0.2 billion. So Jeff gets the full impact of it.
Poor Jeff.
So as Bob indicated, we have a format that we're using, we've used for several town meetings. Bill Scott, Assistant Town Administrator, and this is still in draft form. We moved the warrant over to this, and we might find a few cut and paste and voting issues. This is not the official record, so not an issue. And what I'm going to do is just go through each warrant article. You recognize many of them, and then as we come upon a warrant article that one of us can answer questions on or elaborate on, we'll stop there. So this is the opening the meeting. Clearly, this is something that the moderator uses to help guide the public as they go through the process. This is great guidance because it tells people how they should work within the context of that. Budget adjustments is common, construction and demolition. There are other ones, $250,000 free cash, Article 1.
I think it's helpful to note that this is covered by the fees at the disposal area. We just have to predict what that amount is each year for budgeting purposes, and this just shows that the volumes were above what we predicted, and it is covered by fees. It's always important to note.
And municipal budget, this refers out to your book, so that we don't want to put up all the tables in a municipal budget and scroll through that. But so people will go to their books. We'll have enough lighting in the room for them to be able to do that. Bob, if you want to go through anything on this, just quickly, any of the changes?
No, this is the omnibus annual budget, and it comes in a total of $47,141. It has a recommendation from the Board of Selectmen, 5 in favor, 0 against, and the Finance Committee recommendations, which are listed out in the booklet, have been approved, 6 yes and 0 no. So it's been the, I guess, highlight of our lives since Thanksgiving, putting together the annual town budget. And, I thank all of the departments, and I know we've been through the numbers a couple of times here.
And to that point, the Finance Committee has meetings which each individual department to go over their budgets, so it's pretty well vetted after it comes back from the town administrator and then to you. Golf enterprise budget, this is the enterprise budget, obviously, for golf. You can see the progression over the years, doing quite well at the golf course. Any questions on that? And we do have motions in this year, which will come upon as we go forward. We've listed them between the warrant article, the explanation, which is the typical sequence. Water division budget, that's shown there. I don't know if, Jeff, you want to go over any of this, or?
This budget is really pretty straightforward. The increases associated with this are just capital items that had been kind of reoccurring in the capital budget that we've inserted into the operating budget because they occur quite frequently, such as well cleaning or meter replacement, that type of thing. So that's really the only increases associated with this budget, and a little bit for the increased cost in chemicals.
And to Jeff's point, that's what the Capital Improvements Committee would like to see, is when you see this reoccurring, it looks more like maintenance. They'd like to see it pushed to the budget and not capital. Septage enterprise budget. Jeff, if you want to cover this one also.
Sure, this is similar to what you've seen in the past. There's a slight increase in here for contract operations, which is out to bid now. We'll be opening those bids later this week. We expect that to be an increase as, you know, costs of labor and those types of things have gone up. Also, sludge disposal, a common theme when we've talked about this budget with yourself as well as other committees, is a slight increase associated with that as well. But those are the differences between what last year's budget was and what the FY24 budget is.
And wastewater enterprise budget.
The wastewater enterprise budget is one that was developed last year. There's some money in here for ongoing water quality testing and monitoring, as well as some of the short-term interest costs associated with wastewater project. That's what you'll see in here. In future years, there'll be increases in expenses as we start to operate the facility, as well as wages when we're looking to hire people. But at this point, that's not the need for FY24.
Cable communications budget. Bob, do you want to handle?
Yes, a word on the cable television communications budget. This follows up on last year's town meeting action to create a special revenue fund to capture the funds that we receive through the town's cable television contract for local programming for cable television. And this year, taking advantage of the new cable television license, we've sequestered those program revenues, and we're very happy to be creating a communications budget here in town. And it has been, as we all know, a tremendous challenge trying to work to get information on local programs, local services out to the public. With the loss of our local newspaper and an internet age that is just flying at a million miles an hour globally, it is a tremendous problem in getting the normal information. And we've learned that through some of our programs that we've initiated this year. And so what this budget seeks to do, we're going to create a communications director position. We're going to have oversight for all of the town's cable television, the government channel, working also with the public channel. And this provides funding additionally for C3 TV that does the public local origination programming. So we're moving into the communications age, following the lead of some of our area communities such as Barnstable. And we're hoping to do a much better job informing local residents of what issues they're going to be confronted with, what decisions need to be made, and what the major issues are in town.
Dennis Yarmouth Regional School District, just as a note, the Finance Committee was very happy with both of these budgets. As you know, as they're going through the process, there's that drum roll in the background that waiting for these to come in to really close the budget. So I think they were happy to see that there wasn't a substantial impact. And
you know what might be worth mentioning on the Dennis Yarmouth Regional School District? I did not see the results of their meeting from last evening, but I had spoken with the chairman of the school committee, and he indicated that they are potentially taking some action that may involve the use of their excess and deficiency funds to further subsidize this budget. And he had outreached me and asked if the town meeting warrant had been set yet, and of course I indicated it had been set, but that there may be the possibility to do amendments from the floor. So we're going to be continuing to work closely with the educational leadership here in the community. They've been very supportive of all of these efforts, and if there's any changes, it will be to lower the assessment to our community. So we'll look forward to working that out, and we may expect to have some minor amendments to the overall school budget as a result of the use of that excess and deficiency funding, because they just recently, within days, have had it certified by the Department of Education. So
I think that number's in excess of 1.5 million, isn't it?
that's correct. That's
Yeah.
correct.
And I think when Carol Woodbury was here, they hadn't had the certification, and she was opining that it probably would be a much lower number than the 1.5 million. It's
So
in,
what that does, that's over their 5%, and any amounts over the 5%, they're required to be used to defray the cost of the operation of the system, and that may be worth up to $424,000 for Yarmouth.
Joe Glynn's on the meeting if you want to ask him if they.
Mr. Glynn, would you like to weigh in?
Hi, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
yes,
Yes, so at last night's meeting, we had a lengthy discussion, and I think it's online now. So you can look at it for your further edification. But we proposed actually the administration and the finance director proposed a way to go to our debt service, putting money into our debt service, which might help with the with Dennis's gap. We talked at length. We were going to table it because Dennis Selectmen hadn't met, and this evening we may, because Dennis meets on the 11th, we meet on the 10th. So we wouldn't be able to change the budget again. So our chairman, Joe Tierney from Yarmouth, is trying to schedule a meeting on the 24th, and therefore we might be able to reintroduce it. We didn't approve it last night to take from Indy, but the Dennis Selectmen and the Dennis Finance Committee, I think, are going to either take some action. So I think we're going to reintroduce it. But I can't speak for the school committee itself. But I guess basically, stay tuned. We may have a meeting on the 24th, which is the day before our town meeting, and so you will be able to do it. But I would suggest that if you haven't seen last night's meeting, you can look and see the discussion that we had on it. But I appreciate you letting me comment on it, and anything that we can do to stay in better communication, we'll sort of do it. But the bottom line is, if any action is taken, it's going to reduce Yarmouth's assessment, and it's kind of a win-win because the health of the district, if we go towards that debt service, then the bonding agencies and the like look at us as a more healthy institution, and that saves for the taxpayers also later on percentages on loans and such. But thanks again. Any other questions or anything I can help with? I'm here to help.
All right, thank you.
So moving forward, we have Cape Cod Regional Technical High School, which has shown their budget. My understanding is went down, or no. Again, the Finance Committee was happy with this budget. Golf capital expense. Now, this one changed from an earlier version in the warrant. The first one, the truck, actually is not useful at all. It had a complete failure, after the CIP process, so it's something that needed to be added. The clubhouse Phase 2, to accommodate play and use of the clubhouse, they're doing the clubhouse in phases. So Phase 1 was $100,000. The explanation and the warrant and the presentation explains what Phase 2 is about. And then the sustainability is about taking a look at their pumps and other equipment, and also their cart barn. We want to take a look at electric carts and how we can move toward that and reduce gasoline usage and fuel usage. I mean, one of the credits is they have hybrid mowers, so they're already doing that in some cases in some of their mowers. Golf 5-year capital plan. What this is to take the entire series of assets and put it in a plan, and therefore they can spread that over their years and their revenues. So as you've seen in the past, they've been coming in with capital program after capital program, and what this will do is normalize it over multiple years. And the clubhouse was something that we need to do right away. The doors on the maintenance barn need to do right away, but moving forward, we'll see more incremental capital plans. Water division capital expense.
So this is the Water Division capital. Those are the items that are going to continue to remain within the capital budget. There were a few others as we started this process that were determined could be, fit within the operating budget, and that's what I covered briefly earlier. But distribution system improvements is water main work. Production system hardware is typically our SCADA or computer system items. PFAS treatment study. This is to look at that permanent facility, certainly addressing the wells number 10 and 11 that need to be considered for some type of treatment, but also in a larger scale, what treatment facility, where that should be and which wells it should address. And then 2 trucks that are also needing to be retired.
It's Route 28, Article 12.
Mr. Chairman, just quick, can we go back to the last article, Bill? We've received some email traffic regarding PFAS and nutrients. I think that's been forwarded to you. I think we should anticipate some questions from the floor from residents concerned about some of our wells and some of the elevated levels. I don't believe they cross any thresholds, but some folks are concerned about water quality in some of our wells. So I've seen that at least in a couple of emails that we just got today. So we should be prepared to respond.
Yeah, that's a great comment. As the board is aware, we took 3 wells offline because they exceeded the PFAS limits, and wells number 4 and 5 are 2 that we're having treatment currently being constructed and hope to bring those back online June timeframe. Well number 10 and 11 are both ones that we're concerned about. We've taken well number 10 offline, but 11 also has some amounts of PFAS that are certainly something we're keeping an eye on. And so we do believe that as part of this PFAS study that's going to specifically make recommendations as to how to address those. We may find ourselves doing something very similar to what we've done with wells 4 and 5 with some type of temporary treatment, or it might be a more permanent solution. But that's what the study will help us with.
Yeah. I think we'll also get questions about the new EPA regulations and what they might mean and how the town, where we're at or what's happening here may be impacted by those regulations. I just think there's been a lot of news on PFAS, and I think I think we should just anticipate some queries from residents who are very concerned and very interested in this topic. So
absolutely.
And I think the capital is encouraged by the $250,000, which basically articulates the capital, what the best alternative is, rather than going right to an alternative. And we're on Article 12, Water Main, Route 28, and as I indicated before, you'll see the article text, and then there will be a motion slide. It'll be in italics with the motion indicator down the bottom, and that's the sequence you usually use. It's not the sequence in the warrant book. The explanation, and here are the the spreadsheet indicating the project.
Yeah, I think the next slide might actually be the best one to kind of get a visualization on what that looks like. So it is coincidence with the limits of the wastewater project along Route 28. We want to make sure that we're doing all the utility work that needs to be done in conjunction with wastewater. Water is one of those examples. We're also reaching out to the gas company to make sure that their infrastructure is also up to standards. So if there's anything else to be done at the time we're doing wastewater work, we're looking to address that. But this is the water component, which will be almost the entire length of Route 28, which is why the dollar number is as high as it is. It is a borrowing authorization for the payment of that project.
Mr. Chairman? How old are the water mains on 28, Jeff?
The water mains on 28 are in that 75-year range. It's certainly the end of its useful life. There's also a couple of locations in which they're undersized. So this will allow us to increase the size of the water main from 10-inch to 12-inch, or in some cases 8-inch to 12-inch. So it really will help with the water flow and distribution within the system as well.
So you could make an argument that it also has a firefighting benefit as well, right, in terms of improving
Absolutely.
flow?
Yes.
And that may be something that might be worth stressing if it comes up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Article 13, water facilities improvements. You've seen this in prior town meetings in Phase 1 and 2, and this is Phase 3 of that. Again, I believe this requires borrowing, so that there is a motion required.
Could you go back,
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, could you just go back? I think some of us remember and are aware, but we may actually have to be prepared to explain to people what it is we're in the middle of doing.
Sure.
I know sometimes we can assume that everybody's following what we're doing, but this may be something that requires us to basically take a step back and explain that, at prior town meetings, we authorized and the board has supported making these kinds of investments. And I just think, again, it's just something to be prepared for.
In the past, we have had a slide showing the work that's been accomplished, so maybe we can take a look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. If we could have just a statement as to, A, what the overall project entailed, how much of it was done, and what
Right.
remains for action at this town meeting.
Yeah, I can comment on that briefly if that's helpful right at this moment. We'll be prepared for more questions and discussion, of course, at town meeting. But this is the third and final phase of the 3 programs to rehab the buildings associated with the wells, the pump stations, as well as what we call corrosion control facilities. So there's 24 wells and there's 17 corrosion control facilities. So, that's 41 separate buildings. They're all like small houses, if you will. And that will involve replacement of roofs. In one of the earlier phases, Phase 1, there was asbestos abatement that occurred, so that's been completely removed. There was some confined spaces that were completely eliminated as well in some earlier phases at these structures. But this will address all of the roofs, the trim, the doors, and any of those types of, masonry needs to be fixed or replaced in all of our well infrastructure. This is the final phase of that.
So we took some shots down in eastern Appalachia so we could show what we'd like to avoid our facilities.
Well, actually, ours look like facilities from eastern Appalachia, except obviously for the improved facilities. But, I mean, we let them go about as long as you can let anything go, frankly.
Septic division capital expense. This is for roof replacement and press rehabilitation.
Right, there's 2 items within this capital request. This will finish the roofs. We've done some previous roof work at the septic facility, but this will finish the remainder of the roofs. That's a facility that has several different roofs. It's it's an industrial type of building, so most of these are rubber roofs, but there are different layers and levels in which that roof needs to be patched or repaired, and in some cases completely replaced.
Again, Mr. Chairman, I think this is another one of those where we get it, we understand it, but we may need to actually remind some folks that we actually have a septic facility. I see Chris Greeley nodding her head. We're getting at our town meetings a lot of new people at each meeting, and I do think there is a value in the way in which we present information, particularly stuff that's complicated and expensive, to just sort of take sometimes a step back to explain that we have a septic facility, here's where it is, this is how much it treats, and it doesn't need to take that long, it's just a few sentences just to explain it, or maybe a picture can do the job. But I think a big mistake we're making with a lot of these is sort of assuming that people understand what it is we're talking about, and I think that's a huge mistake.
Mr. Chairman, one of the comments that I've heard on multiple occasions out there is there are people that still think that our current septic facility can handle the entire project. And I think we need a little explanation about our current septic system will help to show people that that's just not a possibility.
Yeah, and the thing, keep in mind now, there's going to be an outreach effort to get folks to show up at this town meeting. We've been working hard on getting the word out, right? Beating the drum. A lot of literature going out, encouraging people to show up. So I think as we look through each of these articles, we need to just be cognizant that a brief explanation as to just what it is we're fixing can be helpful, and not make the assumption that people know what we're talking about.
All right, and the final piece is just a picture that's on the screen here. That's the belt filter press that essentially dewaters the sludge material, and that needs to be rehabilitated. It's original from the original structure. It's over 30 years old, has a very important component associated with the overall operation of the facility.
It was a more interesting picture than the roof, so.
What I will say is all these are from retained earnings, so we're not borrowing funds. We have sufficient retained earnings within the enterprise to pay for these improvements.
Yeah. That's probably the first time we've had a picture of that.
I don't like to continue to remind people what that looks like, but it is helpful to see, just not while you're eating.
Fire Department capital expense. Various equipment, and one credit to the fire department that they do a great job in getting outside funds. So radios is their upgrade associated with across all the other organizations and sort of compatibility. Payment to stabilization is related to one of our larger vehicles, I believe, our pumper. They'll borrow money out of stabilization and they pay it out back on a regular basis. The forestry firefighting vehicle, I think that's one of the ones that they received a grant, dive equipment and outboard motors for the marine.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question. On the radios, are the old ones returned for credit? What happens to those?
Not sure. Generally, they don't. I don't know if they're probably going to analog to digital, and usually there's not a lot of use for some of the older ones.
It's an expensive item. I was curious.
Capital expense, various departments. There is a table in the warrant book. I'm not quite sure how the board wants to handle this, but that table is sorted by the rating system. So the Capital Improvements Committee went through each one of these. In the capital improvements program, there are profile sheets at the end of the program which describes each of these, and predominantly it is replacement of equipment to police, public works, natural resources, IT, parks and grounds. Parks and grounds is going through a lot of the parks and grounds and replacing playground equipment to make sure they're safe. Then there is the Riverwalk, Boardwalk, and event space is $500,000. Just go over the more extensive ones. The senior center, bathrooms and alarm system, server virtualization is $200,000. And then the roadway improvements is $1.4 million. And above that is the stormwater compliance. The last few ones are not rated in the list. Stormwater and roadway improvements, they're put in the list at the end. One of the things that the Capital Improvements Committee did this year is they made sure that they had the votes from Dennis on the capital before they voted, because in prior years, apparently, they would vote, put it in the warrant, and then Dennis would vote it no, and then you're sort of in no man's land there in terms of the money. So in this case, we went back to the capital improvements plan after we got the Dennis votes, and then took things out that Dennis may not have voted on. Any questions on that? And predominantly, this is free cash, and
1.1 million of raise and appropriate for roadway maintenance from the original override for that amount.
and the total is 4.205879 million. So police.
Chairman, can we just go back? Now, when we go to town meeting, you're going to have a list of all the items, correct?
They're in the warrant, so the list.
Not going to put them on the screen?
I mean, we could.
There's 34 items that'll
We'd
be in the
split it in
warrant.
two lists.
The question I have is, are we going to go through each one and give a brief explanation, or are we just going to ask if people have questions as to particular ones? I think on 34, there should be an explanation how this was voted previously at town meeting, and it was taken out, during the lean years, and now we're putting back the funds for road maintenance.
They could treat it like the budget and
Yeah.
just move the whole thing and ask people to hold on things they have questions about.
We could, I've seen in the past, towns, they separate everything out that's 100,000 or more in the list, that.
I'm old-fashioned. In the past, we've put it all up on the screen, we've showed it to everybody, and
Is it a big deal to do a slide on this?
No, I mean,
Just
you
to
would
take
split
this
the
page
list
and
in
put it up there?
Yeah, to get the font size, you do in two or three slides, to get the right types, so people can see it from the back.
It is published in the warrant, so.
Yeah. I mean, in the past, I think we've used this for, 4 town meetings so far. People would stand up and say number whatever in the warrant and talk about it, but we can put it up as a series of slides. We would enlarge it so that you can read it from the back of the room, because if we put what's in the warrant up there, you wouldn't be able to read it.
I understand.
I wonder if we could, by way of explanation, group them.
There you go.
Not necessarily disturb the order in which they're written, but put the police stuff together.
Sure.
And then
Allows us to do all that.
parks and grounds, you can put together, building. There's a number of building items in there. Natural resources has 4 or 5 items.
We can sort everything by department that's in this list, so that's not difficult. And then we would then group the slides by department.
You could say natural resources, these are 5 items. Police, these are 9 items.
That's a great idea.
We could do that. I think it'll go quicker.
All right, I mean, we just want to make sure that there's a correlation between the warrant and that. So we'll keep the numbering so that as people refer to item 14.
Keep the warrant the same,
Yeah.
just in the explanation, group them together.
Right, and then we'll make sure that the number referenced in the warrant, like 14, 15.
Yeah, you could parenthetically put those numbers in.
Will the meeting be zoomed or filmed because, or is it going to be just the people sitting there who have physically a warrant in front of them for explanation? That would be my only thing about a slide.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Chairman, as you recall, I mean, we've had that's a good question, It won't be Zoomed, but whether or not it'll be televised, that's kind of like a roll of the dice. Last year, we wanted to have it televised. Guess what? Didn't happen, right? So.
Yeah, well, it's intended to be televised.
Okay, so.
Because that would be the frame of reference, then, because obviously if you're sitting in the meeting, you'd have the warrant in front of you, but somebody viewing, if you are going to televise, you might need to put some things on the screen as some of these. That's all, my point, sorry.
No, but I think from our past experience, what we're learning is that whatever you put up on the screen, people are going to be drawn to that. It's like the questions about the motions, for example, making sure that we have the motions on the screen so that people can follow that. Sometimes when we present a motion, sometimes the motions are done and changed. And so the last thing we want to do is confuse people. I mean, Bill, you've done an impressive job in just sort of organizing everything, color-wise, the graphics, everything's clear, it's concise, it looks good. I just don't want to take any, shortcuts on some of the more critical components of how we explain and present some of this.
And to the point of making sure it is accurate within the context of warrant, we want to make sure that, as you see, article text, motion, explanation, we're not changing anything in these slides that is in the warrant. So we just got to be careful of that, because we don't want to, have somebody look at the warrant and say, where are you now? So we need to make
Exactly.
sure that we have a relationship. So there's big banners down there, article text, motion, and explanation. And then where we have things that are beyond the warrant, it says additional information. So they're clear that that's not an official document, it's not part of the warrant. You'll see a banner on the side where we do that. So, police cruiser financing, Article 17, you've seen police cruiser financing before. Each series of years, they group another series of vehicles, and this is the second one, because when they start a new agreement, they need to bring it forward as a warrant. Where we saw in the list, there's police cruiser financing in the general list. That is from an agreement that was already approved at town meeting for $88,000. This then will go to that general list, and then there will be another list after that. And there's a motion because it is a financing agreement. And we have 6 police cruisers that are purchased, and all the vehicles scheduled for replacement are no longer under warranty, and we assume ownership of the vehicles.
Now, I don't mean to be too picky, but I might as well. This is an explanation, but we have the reference to the explanation on the bottom.
Correct.
And I know in some cases we have the text, and it says text, so we have.
This is exactly out of the warrant, so that the key is if we did something different, let me go to something that is, has a banner at the side. If we, there we go. So that is not on the warrant, so it has an additional information banner, and it is not official. So that if we do something more in any of these slides, it's not in the warrant.
I think it's terrific that you're doing that. Just one suggestion might mean maybe to elevate or raise up where it says explanation. Maybe it says explanation underneath the banner where it says police cruiser financing. This is the explanation, rather than sticking it on the bottom. Some people.
I mean,
no, I think it's great that you have it there.
Interpretation, they're all in the same place, so when they're not lost up.
Maybe
in
you
the
put it
banner.
underneath the seal or something,
Yeah.
but just make it so it's easier for people to know right off the bat.
Right, I mean, well, it's how you handle.
No, you stick it on the bottom. I'm just saying I think it's going to be easier for people to follow. I'm just, again, it's a little thing, but I think it's something that'll get noticed or not noticed. You want it to get noticed.
No, I know. And
You want people to see that it's an explanation rather than sticking it at the bottom.
Right. Once you put it up in the top, it tends to get lost in the banner and their graphics.
Yeah.
And then down the bottom, it's not something you need to read first, but it's something you need to see. So each of them are in the exact same place on each of the banners. So they know the difference. And it's just like.
And what I would recommend that is in the beginning, explain to people that in some of the slides, just make a note to that, let people know that to look for that.
Okay.
That should be sufficient.
So police cruiser financing, this is the second round of their financing. As I said, their first round is already in the list that is the general capital. Wastewater Phase 1. This one has a very long warrant article, so we have several slides on both that and the motion. And the motions are all in italics, and since they're read from the document, with, a board member or whatever, read them, and then the explanation is there. And I don't know how we want to handle this. These are slides, and they're not the definitive slides that we intend to use. We're going to take another look after we have the meeting on the 13th to see, evaluate how that went, but some of these are from there.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just curious as to the utility of using a 2010 map. Why aren't we using something more recent?
We can do that. It pretty much shows that you're.
There hasn't been much change.
Left out. There's not a lot of change beyond.
There's not a lot of change?
Not in
I
terms
would-
of
I
land
mean,
use.
just the yellow itself demonstrates that, and some of those are golf courses and things that you wouldn't have yellow in.
I'm just curious, because when you look at it, you're like, well, here we are in '23. Why are we looking at something 13 years old?
I think it's because we had a 722% increase in population
No, I
between
get
that period.
I get that, but certainly,
Probably because there's not much land left after 2010.
yeah.
And I think it's indicative of the situation you're in back then was the precursor, it's the one you're in now, so, and all the way back to 2010.
Yeah, so it's just an example of the population increase. We've actually kind of looking at this presentation, as Bill mentioned earlier, trying to determine which ones of these slides to include in this, and this is one that, it's not a key component. It just shows kind of some of the background information. Could potentially even leave it off. These are slides, as mentioned before, that we've used at nearly all of our outreach sessions. We'll use it at the 13th, but just trying to look at what slides would be most appropriate for town meeting. I think the next one is a very
That one's
good
on the
one.
website too, I think, under the Q&A on the wastewater project. It's the same map.
Yes, absolutely. And the flyers, some of the same information will go out to each one of the homeowners. There's a lot of outreach that's happening, but the next slide is a great one because it's a recent picture and does show kind of what we're trying to address with regards to the over-nutrification of the waters with nitrogen and the growth that happens with the algae within some of our areas. This happens to be a picture provided by the Friends of Bass River on Bass River just last summer. And then also, itemizing what needs to be done in order to address the nitrogen removal needs in all three of the embayments. So this is a great one, and maybe even as our starting slide, but certainly identifies the problem and what we need to do.
Are those percentages of removal, have they been established by consultants or DEP?
They've been approved by DEP. It was part of the MEP study that was done to determine what the appropriate amount of nitrogen to remove from each one of those systems, and those are the numbers that were approved. So a consultant developed the study, and then DEP approved it.
And I believe Phase 1 crosses all of these
Absolutely.
watershed areas.
Yeah, but the consultant was the Southeastern Massachusetts Science Center at UMass Dartmouth. I mean, it's very science-driven. It wasn't just a consultant that somebody hired. It was basically a science-driven. In fact, we had hoped that Dr. Brian Howes, who recently passed away, we were hoping to have some time with him before town meeting to talk a little bit about this work and explain to people the science behind the nitrogen testing.
These are also similar to the slides that are there, going over the Mass DEP regulations in terms of the requirement that is pending.
Yeah, so I think this is something that has had a lot of questions. A lot of people have asked questions. So having a slide on this, I think, is very important for people to realize that if the town doesn't move forward, these DEP regulations certainly have an impact to us.
If you're asked to justify that $50,000 figure, what are you basing that figure on?
We've recently gotten estimates from local contractors that have put innovative alternative systems in, and the range they gave us was $50,000 to $60,000. So we took the low end of that to be conservative.
Okay.
That was a large local contractor that does this type of work.
It's good to know, because that question might come up, especially by people that, aren't in favor of the project, to think, well, how do we know that's an accurate figure, et cetera? So you.
Recent quote, yes.
Okay, good.
And the other point, though, is that,
The low end of a recent quote.
Yes.
and this is calibrated with the requirements of the Department of Environmental Protection for these types of systems. Some folks, might think that, well, I can just put a $5,000 aerator in my existing septic system and I'll be fine, but the fact is that that's not allowed under the proposed DEP regulations. They require the full implementation of a system, and we've costed those out. So, an idea that, again, we could just use the septage plant or just use a small retrofit to existing septic systems is not true.
Is there a big difference, like when we show that per property, are you talking more in the scale of a 2-bedroom house, a 3-bedroom house? Is there?
That's why there was a range from the quote that we got, because smaller properties would have that on the smaller end of that range, and larger would be on the larger end. But there's not a significant difference between a 2 or 3 or 4-bedroom septic system that's innovative alternative, or even it's traditional construction. It's the mobilization, it's the materials, very similar range in cost.
One of the things that should be considered is if everybody had to put in these systems, there's the market competition, which means that 50,000 is not 50,000 anymore if you can't get a contractor, and there's a lot of competition out there. So each homeowner is competing against them, other homeowners for contractors in terms of getting these systems in.
Have we received any confirmation from DEP that if we go forward with the town solution, that their solution's off the table?
No.
We expect, though, that the regulations should be finalized within the next 60 days. We'll know soon enough. And what we've been advocating is that, the plan that we have, we don't get penalized, because the draft regulations on watershed permits sort of stress the 20 years. And obviously, we need more time. In fact, studies have been done that show that Barnstable, Yarmouth, Dennis, Falmouth will not make the 20-year time frame, that all of those communities are unable to do so, just given the nature of their projects. So, and the other thing that we've learned is that when the watershed permit that was developed for the Pleasant Bay Alliance, that's the one that's been seen as the model watershed permit that DEP is basing their regulations on. When that permit was written, it was written for 40 years. All right? Now, there's language in it that talks about 20 years, but it's sort of 2 increments of 20. So there's very specific project components that are outlined for the first 20 years, but it was specifically written as a 40-year initiative. And so, the argument that we've been making in our meetings with DEP and with other state officials, and Bob and I have been stressing the point that for Yarmouth should not be penalized at all on our plan, that we should be allowed complete green light and not have to retool anything, and that our 30-year program, we should be able to stick with it.
Right, and I think a key point to underscore as well is the fact that the proposed DEP regulations don't call simply for the installation of these IA systems. They provide towns with an opportunity to enter into this watershed permit that provides a viable solution to meeting the nitrogen problem. And it's only those communities that are unable to present a viable program to remediate nitrogen that will be faced within 5 years with the installation of these IA systems. So while there are some of the time frame issues that we have to finalize and negotiate out for the final watershed permit, phase 1 of this program puts the town squarely in position to eliminate that need for the local residents. So we're very confident that phase 1, as approved already by the DEP, is the best avenue forward.
So what has Yarmouth done already? And actually, just from the perspective of, I think the most important thing is when the board voted in August of 2021 to create a Yarmouth-centric project, that really kicked this off. It created a lot more clarity for Jeff's team to move forward, and I'll let you handle some of the things that are up there.
Yeah, so I think it was important to show that there's been a conscious effort moving towards wastewater. This is a significant article that we're talking about here for construction, but there was a lot of work behind it. Permitting is, key amongst those. That was the second bullet. The first one is that the no interest loans through the state revolving fund, and Yarmouth being ranked the #1 project on that most recent plan. So that's acknowledgement from the state that we have a very important project that we need to get off the ground.
I can handle the diff. In the annual town meeting in 2022, we established the wastewater infrastructure. Stabilization Fund, and also the first phase of the DIF is where we identified the properties. So that's where that innovative financing approach came. You can see that we're looking at other sources of funding other than property owners before we start looking at property owners, and some of these are those initial steps.
So that last slide was all last year, 2022, but going back to 2021 and 2020, there were some important milestones that the community achieved in those timeframes as well. Most of them related to funding, both for design with the collection system as well as the treatment plant. Those are the $4.5 million and the $5.25 million numbers up there. But also the enterprise fund was created. We referenced that in an earlier article. And then also just the WIF, the Water Investment, Infrastructure Investment Fund, was also created to help fund some of these program costs.
Keep on pushing the wrong button there. There you go, the map.
I think this slide's very important because people, want to know, hey, where is Phase 1? This is the Phase 1 map. Colors were very specifically chosen to make it as clear as possible where that is, along the Route 28 corridor from the Barnstable Town Line to the Dennis Town Line. As Bill mentioned before, covering all three of the critical embayments that we need to address. Old Main Street as well and South Shore being the main roads for this first phase. It's a pretty significant area, and it will also service our high flow uses as well, help us to start the facility with a significant amount of flow within that first phase of our program.
And one of the keys to this is a predominance of commercial properties, that DIFs and other innovative financing aren't really available to us in residential properties where you're not going to see growth in, eighth of an acre, half acre lots and single family homes. So starting here is a distinct advantage to funding the treatment plant and the project.
So I have a question. In terms of, even though there are not a great number of residential properties, there are some residential properties that are going to be affected by Phase 1 construction. So what happens when that collection system is established? How long do those people have to hook into that sewer system?
That's a great question, and the Board of Health has been meeting over the last couple of meetings to deal with those types of questions and issues, and they, at this point, have decided that 2 years is an appropriate time frame. They need to finalize those rules and have public hearings, but at this point, they seem to be looking at 2 years as the connection period for people to make that connection, once it's available in front of their property.
And then approximately at that time, that's when their betterment assessment's going to kick in?
I believe it's 6 months after sewer's available is when the betterment would kick in for those property owners.
It has to be assessed 6 months after the project, within 6 months after.
6 months after the conclusion of Phase 1?
Completion, after the completion of construction, yes.
Of the entire Phase 1?
Correct.
Not just their street?
That's right.
Okay.
Because it's all one project.
And could I just ask, the actual construction of the betterments, is that being done by a town contractor? That's not being farmed out to individual companies?
Well, right now, we created a betterment model that's based on the DEP table and standards for flow. It's a sort of a proportionate share table that shows a relationship between different land uses and flow.
Right.
We've been working closely with the assessor's office and then health to make sure that we have the appropriate land uses in there. We believe we have about 416 single-family homes, 1,130 apartments and condos in the area. The next thing would be is to, you're right, hand it over to consultant to map out the finality of it, the ordinance, and all those other issues. But at a bigger picture, we've figured out what the rates are per land use type. Then it's going property by property and determining the inventory, because the table is based on a variety of multipliers per bedroom, per seat in a restaurant, per square feet for retail, things like that. So you really have to drill down into each property to make sure you have the accurate information. In the future, well before we start the billing, we're probably going to send a letter to people and say, is what we have correct? And then give them the opportunity to get back to us. But they're all based on multipliers, and the key to a betterment is it is a proportionate share. It is a fee over time. It is not necessarily based on flow. It's each land use's proportionate share of the cost. And
So it's a periodic, multi-year periodic payment for an improvement.
Right.
For property and benefit.
Benefit.
Right.
And that's a key phrase, the benefit derived by this. And we're well below the norm in the sense, later on there's a slide that shows right there that we're at 15% of the total project costs. And that is because, as the banner in the bottom shows, we looked at as many other funding sources as possible before we started looking to property owners. So the two ones in white would be to property owners. And the surcharge starts lower, only because the budget is lower. It is a 25% surcharge from the budget. But then the betterments are only 15% of the total project cost.
The 15% is going to be a lock, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's going to vary in terms of that amount. Right now, it's around $32 million. So it may be that 15% is a different number, but the 15% is of the total budget.
Correct. But the percentage will be the same.
Percentage is we're trying to keep at 15% of the total project budget. Let me go back to the map.
Yeah, probably the last thing I would say about this map is just on the left there, you can see the start of construction's expected if this article's approved at September of 2023. We get that question all the time. Well, when might this start? Well, we're really at the tail end of the design process for some of these contracts out there for most of Phase 1. And given the start of September 2023, we're estimating that construction's completed in June 2026. That's the other very common question we get, because people then want to know, when can I hook up? And it would be after that date.
And the key to that is all the preliminary work that preceded this. So by the time you go to town meeting, there's a lot of work done to be able to have this go to construction. A lot of credit goes to Jeff's team to make sure that, we're ready to go to ground right after town meeting.
And I just repeat for people that haven't tapped into the town website yet on the questions and answers, Jeff's start date and completion date of Phase 1 are included within that information.
Yes. The next slide is actually the overall plan. So sometimes we get questions about what phase am I in? Actually, that's a very common question. And so beyond Phase 1, these are where the other phases are. There is an 8-phase plan, and it's roughly 5 years apart. You can drill down on the website, again, exactly parcel by parcel what phase you're in, and that'll give people a good idea. If you just do the simple math with 5 years per phase, you'll come to a rough understanding of when you might be able to be connected to a wastewater system. Again, that's the town making steady progress in every phase, not just first phase. We need to continue afterwards.
And we'll do a better job on the graphics here. I see Mark looking at it.
Yeah, because I'd like to ask the question.
A little
Someone's
more
going to say, where am I? What phase am I in?
A little more pigment.
Much more clarity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's impossible to read even in the handout.
Yeah, I'm glad you referenced that. You're going to fix that.
Yes. This is the draft presentation, so a lot of graphics and other things need to be updated.
And we could bring some of those presentation boards we have with these various charts, if that's helpful, because it is something that people tend to look at a lot.
I think, quite frankly, I think it's helpful to have it available, but, it also, be aware, it'll provoke a conversation or questions about Phase 4, Phase 5, Phase 8, our focus really needs to be on Phase 1.
Right.
But I think obviously, in terms of a summary of the financial issues here is what we really want to hit some of the key points at town meeting, but we're prepared to get right down for questions and things into an enormous amount of detail. It's just the idea of what people absolutely need to know. And I think that to focus a little bit on the issue of there has been a great deal of time and effort spent on developing this integrated financial management plan for this project that is specifically designed, as it indicates along that banner there, to find outside funding sources to try to leverage as many possible funding sources as possible before we turn to actual property owner costs. And through the development of this plan, we've been able to put together a financial plan that does not have a need for a general property tax increase, and it still fully funds the program. And of course, what that means that if you're not specifically located in a property in the Phase 1 area, there will be no direct charge to your property, no betterments, no other charges at all. And the power of having the town manage this project and to try to leverage all of the resources that we have, I think is evident in this chart. And one of the key components in making it possible to fund this program without a general property tax increase, and Bill has indicated how the betterments are only 15% of the overall project cost. If you look at two of the largest slices of that pie, they're designed to leverage tourism-based revenue, which is appropriate, we feel, because of the impact of the large number of visitors to our community on the infrastructure. There is over 42% of this project that is funded through tourism revenue that arrives in the town in the form of the short-term rental taxes for the vacation rentals. And those two components in the gray section at the 18.7% is the actual short-term rental taxes that come into the town that we voted at the last town meeting to reserve for wastewater. And that second, even larger green piece represents the Cape Cod Water Protection Trust, that is the additional 2.75% excise tax on short-term rentals that goes into that fund. That is the trust which will cover 25% of the SRF, State Revolving Fund, eligible costs. So when you add those two together, that's revenues coming from outside of the community from our visitors that is over 42% of the project. And in addition, the issues such as having that WIF that we created with the CPA exemption for 1% that has been replaced the CPA for wastewater. We have the district improvement financing, and there is an additional 25% surcharge that will occur on the user fee bills that will all work together to, as you see, all of the yellow items add up to 70% of the project that will allow us to keep those betterments down to 15%. And we've calculated the impact for a single-family home, 2 to 3 bedrooms, with that 15%, it's approximately $15,000, which can be funded through our betterment program at 0 to 2% interest over 30 years for an annual payment of around $500 for each property. And that replaces what people would have to fund if they were involved in a $50,000, for example, alternative innovative septic system. And it just shows the power of working as a community, that we're able to make it so that individual property owners, although it is a large project and it's very expensive, we feel that the financial impact of this model is far superior to every person trying to go it alone.
Is the 15% betterment commensurate with what other communities on the Cape are paying?
It's much
If it's much lower, you may want to have a display that shows what other communities are paying.
Some have up to 50.
Right. When Bob and I were doing research on betterments, we found one at 50% of the project.
And you know,
What's that?
Was it
Massachusetts?
Wareham?
Wareham? Yeah.
Wareham?
Yeah, it's not obviously a project of this magnitude, but it's 50%, and there was tax levy money in it also. So that it wasn't this sort of buffet of funding sources, as it were.
most of the projects that we've seen have very few funding sources. They're tied into generally 50% the standard in the Commonwealth. 50% tax levy, 50% betterments, and a 50% betterment on a project like this is $50,000. So working to identify these resources, working to avoid a general property tax increase, I think really are what sets this program apart from some of the other programs that we've seen in area communities.
I think part two of the explanation is it's not like you're just getting assessed an amount of money for nothing. You're actually getting an improvement to your property, and you're avoiding a more expensive and complex alternative.
And just, I would recommend, stay on that point for just a moment, the avoidance of the costly alternative. That's a benefit actually that accrues to most of the town, even though they may not be contributing in some way through a betterment or the fees.
Town resources.
So so if you live, let's say, in a neighborhood that's in phase 8 or phase 7 or phase 6, by doing this, the benefit to you and the benefit for voting for it is that it allows the town to apply for the exemption and the relief from DEP, which puts you in a situation where you can avoid that expense. I mean, eventually the project will come to your neighborhood and there'll be some costs, but everyone is getting the relief from the requirement to upgrade to an IA system. And that's something that, again, I think I have to commend you guys for the way you've put this together, because there is so much information and you really need to nail it down to the most concise aspects of it. But it wouldn't surprise me if a question comes up that raises a question about why should somebody else be concerned about it, and I would offer that. So I'm glad you raised that point, Mr. Chairman, because I think it's an answer that is not insignificant.
One of those that is not really other than SRF forgiveness, the SRF program is saving about $6 million in interest over this program. So that's a considerable saving with 0%. That's around a 3% loan. So Article 18, we can move on to Article 19. So district improvement financing, this presentation needs some more work. I probably could.
Can we just back up for just a second?
Sure.
Now, I would anticipate that we'll get questions about what's it going to cost me, right? Or what's it going to cost
you will.
Right. So I'm assuming you have some slides in the tray that will to provide that. You'll be prepared, so when those questions come up, we'll be able to address them.
We'll probably use a table by land use type of thing, so you can sort of do the multiplier. I mean, we obviously can't tell people lot by lot, but if you have a single family home, this is your number over these years. And
right.
And one of the some of the things, if you look at the alternatives, your own system, and this, if you go out and do your own system, you're going to lose proceeds of sale when you sell a property, because you're going to have to pay back the loan, but betterments can pass on to the next owner.
At least you have that option. It remains to be, I mean, that's going to be an individually negotiated thing. You can't guarantee somebody when they sell their property, the buyer's going to, I think market conditions will dictate that. But here's what I do know, that if you have your own individual system that you pour a lot of money into and you sell your property, you're not going to get anything back from the buyer.
Correct.
At least if you have a betterment arrangement, you have that ability to negotiate passing the remainder of what's owed, and with very sound arguments to the buyer, because I've used 10 years of this. You should pick up, the next 10 or 20 years, how many years you intend to stay here. And if you stay here short term, then you should expect your buyer to pick up the balance of what they're using. That's very equitable. It's hard to argue against that.
And from the commercial perspective, we're finding commercial property owners will replace their systems several times in 30 years. So that number is not, that one cost over 30 years. It could be up to 3 times for some property owners or more. So
Yeah, but Mr. Chairman, I think we just need to, I mean, we're going to have public information going out that actually has cost information to people.
I think it's already out there right now.
It may be out there right now, so I think we do need to anticipate the question coming up, and people may actually hold up a brochure and say, you know, about my 50-room motel or my 50-seat restaurant, or what the cost might be for a single-family home with up to 3 bedrooms. I mean, these are the things that we're putting out there. So I think we need to be prepared to address those questions relatively quickly. Whether if it's not in the deck, it should be.
No, it is. We can walk them through. I mean, here's the thing, is we're out there with the public information campaign, and we're making presentations at the forums, and they're a little bit longer. One of the things that we're grappling with is, you know, for the town meeting, the initial presentation may be a little bit shorter, more concise, but we can walk through the details of the funding analysis through slide after slide. There's a whole range of the analysis of the betterment and how it works and what the comparative costs are. We have costs on the connections. There's projected costs on the operation of the plant. There's a whole series of
Okay, well, no one should fault us for asking the questions, because we don't know what the slides are in the back end of the deck. We're just, I think this is an area where we're definitely going to get questions, and I just want to make sure we're prepared. I didn't know that you've got a whole slew of slides ready to throw up on the screen, and maybe at some point we can get a briefing on maybe what those are. We don't have to go over that tonight, but it would be helpful to know that there's a whole range of questions we're prepared to answer. I think that's an important one. We should be very prepared to answer with a slide and some direct commentary.
I think, Mr. Chairman, part of it is as Jeff and Bob and others go out to the public, we're finding out where they're narrowing their focus in terms of the information. So we're really building the presentation from that feedback. So
where do you find that focus to be?
Well, it is on some of the questions Mr. Forrest indicated, you know, some of these issues. Definitely on the one that Bob indicated is, you know, the betterments. If I'm outside the area, do I have to pay a betterment? No.
That's a point that's got to be addressed right away. That's a very important slide as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
It is a lot of information, and it's a jumping off point to get into a lot of the weeds. But I think what people have to understand with a betterment shouldn't be spoken about in the sense of a burden. It should be spoken of in the sense of a benefit. Municipalities assess betterments for other things. Down by the Blue Rock Golf Course, that development, I've done titles down there, and those betterments have been paid, but the town paved all that subdivision, and then they assessed betterments over, I don't know what it was, a 20-year period or a 15-year period to each individual property owner. And they're not relevant now because they've run out and the town was paid back. But those people benefited, because if they had to individually go out and try to pave all those streets, it would be a very, very difficult thing to do and a very costly thing to do. So, again, people who have the availability of hooking into the system, they're getting assessed a betterment because they're getting a benefit. And the two go hand in hand.
Right, and that benefit generally seemed less expensive than the individual systems and the care for those over the same 30 years of the betterment payment. So on to 19, it's district improvement financing, and as I said, I have to work more in this presentation to be more concise, I believe, but this is over 2 slides, the article, to make sure we've got everything in there that needs to be referenced. In this case, we'll take a look at what slides we might not need. Some of these are from the prior slide, but the key here is at the last town meeting, we set the district. We determined the properties and which ones would be involved, and they're pretty much commensurate with the Phase 1 sewer project. Over the time, we met with property owners and other people in the development community to determine what the potential new growth was. And then we determined, working with DPW, and what the project was and what the DIF would be paying for. So what is a DIF? Is it a tax break? People might ask those questions, even though they weren't answered at the last town meeting. So it's more likely that I still would probably have a brochure, because this is a complex issue, as we did in the last town meeting. But it is not a tax break. It is basically this slide here, whereas it takes upon the issue of the wastewater investment too much.
No, I'm just,
is leverage for
I think if I can, if you don't mind. I think your challenge with the diff, first of all, I know you love it. It's obvious. And that's good. I'm glad you do. But I think the challenge here is simplicity.
Okay.
And that slide, I don't know, it bothers me a little bit, because it's kind of cyclical, and I'm not sure people are going to grasp it. I think it makes sense. I understand it. But I'm not sure I would be comfortable explaining it to other people that don't know what a diff is. I think you got to make the main points, that you're not taking away from the tax base.
Right.
That it's a dedication of tax revenue, of new growth to the wastewater enterprise. And I'm not so sure you got to go too much further than that.
It worked last year.
People love stuff that doesn't cost them anything.
Right, and that's what this does.
You make that point that, especially free cash. Who objects to free cash normally? I mean, that's a misnomer, right? There's nothing for free, but they say it's not going to affect my taxes, and that's all that they really care about. But I'm just one voice. Others may disagree, but that slide creates problems for me.
We can simplify that. I mean, the key to it is that it's the classic sort of financing tool in the public sector. If not for this tool, the investment doesn't move forward, because, first you need the infrastructure. The infrastructure is funded by the new growth, and then that goes back to fund the infrastructure. So I can simplify this. As I said, this is a draft presentation. This is what we had last year in the presentation. It was augmented by, saw several people looking at the brochure before the meeting started to sort of get a grasp on all these issues. But we don't need to go over this, because that is I think the key that people have asked is, what is new growth? And new growth is not a percentage increase from the market, increases. It is not rehabilitation. So new growth is a very finite definition. That means you're still getting the taxes off the existing use, any market increases, and any rehabilitation. It's when you build new that the diff.
Maybe a couple of examples
Right.
to give an illustration.
Right.
Somebody has a business and they put a wing on the business and they add this, and as a result of that generates so much tax revenue. Now, the revenue that came before that is still going to go into the levy. The other part's going to be dedicated to wastewater.
I see a flow chart with arrows. But no, I understand. I think a series of bullets in explaining that sequence is the easiest way to go here. So back, does the diff reduce it? This was one of the keys in the last meeting. Somebody asked about, will it take money away from schools? And no, it doesn't. Because if you don't have the sewer, you don't have the growth. If you don't have the diff, you're going to have a hard time funding the sewer. And one of the things is you see around 6%, 5.96% in the diff. Generally, these climb as more developers reveal their projects. What is in the diff document is a lot of projects that occurred after we set the properties, and they're already underway, and projects that developers said that I'm definitely going to do them years down the road. But there are other projects that are not in the diff document that we've heard about that will contribute to this. And I don't think we have to go over to the district. What I can do is just basically claim that it follows the Phase 1 project. There are properties that are involved in it that are beyond the Phase 1 project because there's growth potential, and getting sewer to them, we didn't want to miss that growth potential.
But it would also apply to the motels down there on South Shore Drive, right?
Yes, they're right down there in the green. So the green represents both the development district and the revenue district, and that means that's where you collect and you can spend money. The lavender is you're not collecting many money there, you might be spending money. One of the keys is we're looking at this as one of the contributors to the treatment plant itself. So irregardless of where the pipes run, this money can go to funding the treatment plant, which is more of a sort of a broader, a general obligation, which is commensurate with the diff. So what are we looking, approving? And it describes last town meeting, we set the properties and included in there. This town meeting, we met with key property owners beforehand and calculated the diff revenues. And we're setting the initial percentage and the development and investment revenue districts for the wastewater project. And what that means is you're just defining what you're going to collect and spend your money on. So this needs some work as compared to the first one and the last one, and we'll make sure that people understand it's a sequential step. The key is if you do your diff in 2 stages, you can end up capturing new growth by virtue of you set the properties, you're capturing new growth before you come back. So it's difficult to get developers on board with diff in sort of that first iteration. So we set the property areas and we captured some growth in the diff, and then as we move forward, that's going to be revenue for the project. And this is a key slide which we can, a lot simpler in the graphics, but those are all the funding sources that we've been talking about. And the diff is that sort of flexible gap in between that and the user rates and betterments. So it's something that can grow over time to offset the sort of burden on both betterments and user rate capital. But we'll take another look at, making this more straightforward as it relates to why are we here, in terms of this town meeting versus last town meeting. And we're into, unless there's any questions on that one, Article 20, interest rates for sewer betterments.
And this is a great article, too, and we'll point out how it goes hand in hand with at the last town meeting. We extended the term of the sewer betterments up to 30 years, and this goes directly with that by lowering the interest on that 30-year betterment from a statutory rate of 5% to 0 to 2%. So it's an important part of the financing, and it's going to make it extremely attractive for local residents to become involved with that betterment program. It's far exceeds any financing that's available.
When you say a maximum of 2%, how can it be less than 2%? Don't you have to charge the person that's paying the money 2% above your cost? And if your cost is 0, how can you get under 2%?
It says the interest rate for betterments that is up to 2% above the town's borrowing costs. Up to. So it doesn't require the 2%.
Okay. So how will the town fix that rate?
That is fixed by the Board of Selectmen at the time that the betterments are assessed. And if we could get away with, even a 0%, we are getting 0% financing. Now, there is some cost associated with the program, but I'm confident we can work to get that 2% right down.
Okay, I missed the language to a maximum rate of. All right, so we can actually charge our rate.
That's correct.
And up to 2% above our rate. And so our rate's 0, the maximum's 2.
Yes.
And it could be less.
Correct.
Thank you.
Article 21, Higgins Crowell Shared Use Path Phase 3 Utility Easements. You want to handle this one?
Yes, there's some very specific language, so it goes over a couple of slides here for the utility easements, but there are 9 utility easements that are necessary for the extension of the Higgins Crowell Road Shared Use Path. There is a slide that shows that location specifically, but it really is just for utility poles and associated guy wires or connection wires. Very small footprint onto private property. The trail itself is entirely within the road layout of Higgins Crowell Road. And that's the area shown on the map there as to where the extension will go. It'll be essentially from Buck Island all the way up to where the new trailhead is for the rail trail that's coming out. It's going to be reconstructed, and that work is scheduled to begin in 2024.
Sanitation, construction, demolition pad, Article 22.
So this is a separate article. This is a borrowing article, but the C&D construction demolition pad at the facility is quite worn. It gets quite a bit of activity. Just 8 years ago, we were doing about 8,000 tons a year, and this last year we've done 18,000 tons. So it's a very active location. You can see it at the upper right-hand corner of the screen where that black box is, has replaced the deteriorating concrete pad. There's actually a push wall in which to load the loader bucket loads, by pushing against a wall and then putting into a trailer. And that's become very deteriorated as well, a little bit of a concern with regards to the wear that's happened there. And so this article would be for funding the replacement of not only the pad, but the push wall and some of the roadway that approaches that, because as replacing the pad, that might alter the elevation slightly, and the roads will need to be repaved as you head into that area. This is anticipated to be funded through revenues associated with the C&D process itself, but because we don't have the funds on hand, the $1.4 million, we'll need to pay for that over time, and that's the reason for the borrowing article.
Or you do that in segments, because otherwise you'd have to shut down the operation, right?
That's right. We wouldn't be able to shut it down for a lengthy period of time, but we do have a facility just to the left, which is where the leaf and yard waste used to go, and that could potentially be used temporarily while the other pad is being replaced. So we've got some good flexibility there that'll help us to factor that into the construction.
Article 23, sanitation replace loader, and this is sort of comes out of CIP and favoring these sort of lease agreements to not take up a considerable amount of the CIP with equipment like this. Jeff, do you want to?
And there's also revenue associated with this that we get from the recycling fund. We've funded capital equipment typically from the sanitation recycling fund. Those revenues haven't been as robust in recent years. The prices for metal and cardboard and paper that the town receives are down quite a bit, but there still is a funding source for the sanitation equipment that we're replacing. And it does help us to spread it out over time, because if we had to fund a loader in this particular given year, we wouldn't have all of that recycling revenue available.
Article 24, collective bargaining wage adjustments.
And this is the funds that we reserve for contracts, collective bargaining agreements that are currently under negotiation, so we will have sufficient funds in the first year's budget to fund those.
Article 25, active shooter training, $145,000. And I believe this involves both funding police and fire in that. And I believe the police department was in front of you and had done a presentation on bringing this forward.
And they'll also be prepared at town meeting to speak and give a small presentation on the nature of the training, some benefits, so.
Article 26, opioid settlement, $48,298.17.
And I want to point out that, first of all, we're not happy with these articles. This is the second one of these articles that we've had to do, and the opioid settlements are over 20 years. So it seemed at first as if we were stuck with doing this every year, but I'm very, very encouraged to see in Governor Healy's first supplemental budget package, which she's placed in front of the legislature, it has some key municipal finance reform. And one of those reforms addresses the opioid settlements specifically, and it will enable us to establish a special revenue fund in the future to place the monies received into this, and then we can appropriate maybe right out of that account or use that account without having to have, right now, it's general fund money. We're forced to have the money come in year one, And at the end of year one, the books close, it goes into free cash, and then those funds aren't available until year two in the form of free cash. So we're very hopeful that this is the last year we do this, but the annual revenues in the prior fiscal year for the settlements for opioids is the $48,000, and those will be expended under the control of the Substance Abuse Committee and the Board of Health on specific substance abuse remediation programs.
And this is where you may have some comment from the floor about how small a number it seems to be. I mean, I'd be prepared for that's going to come up.
Mark will
Why
take
is
care of
it
that.
so small? Yeah.
Mark will take care of that. Help is on the way.
There you go.
The next one is Article 27, Appropriate Tourism Revenue Preservation Fund. And if I may ask Karen Green, the Community Development Director, there's a series of articles like this and the CPA that she can handle as we move forward. And
I'll switch with her.
oh, you switch with her? Okay. I thought I was going to get the chance to leave.
Yeah, no one wants to switch with Jeff. Hi, Karen, welcome.
Hi. Hi, everybody. Article 27 is the appropriation of the Tourism Revenue Preservation Fund. This is the second year that we've had this format for the article. We started doing this last year. Per the legislation, CEDC, the Community and Economic Development Committee, met and discussed the allocations which are incorporated into this warrant article. The budget there is in front of you. This is funding that comes from the hotel motel taxes as well as some meals tax. Another change that happened this year, we allocated the short-term rental taxes that were going into this fund off towards the wastewater. So the budget is $15,000 for administration. This is a special fund that carries over from year to year. We've had a vacancy in our department, so we have sufficient funding where $15,000 will be adequate for next year. Special events and marketing. Special events are the types of things like the parade and Taylor Bray Farm. The committee saw fit this year to increase that allocation. Historically, it's been about $100,000. The costs are going up for many reasons, so they bumped that allocation up to $140,000. Marketing has gone up as well. Print and ads cost lots of money. Public improvements, balance, this is something new as well. Historically, the committee has allocated 20% of the appropriation towards public improvements. The legislation mandates a minimum of 20 and a maximum of 40%. This year, it's 30%, which is very exciting, and we'll be working with the different town committees, the town departments, working with Bill through the capital budget process to integrate expense as well, but $175,000 for public improvements. And the balance are for economic development projects. These are the types of things Bill's been working on as part of the DIF. We also have other planning efforts that are coming up as part of the local comprehensive plan where that might be a suitable use of these funds.
What are public improvements?
Public improvements are things like, in the past, good example is funding that was used at Packet Landing. There were, it was kind of seed money from the CEDC through the Tourism Fund coupled with CPA. Smaller things like the fencing at the Yarmouth Port Common and that type of thing.
That might be important to tell.
Absolutely. No.
Do you have an explanation on this one, Bill? Or is it just the article text?
No, everything has the explanation. Whatever is in the warrant is up on the screen.
Yeah, in the past, I think one of the, and I'm in total agreement with Chris Greeley, Mr. Chairman. In the past, we've actually listed projects that this fund funds, and I think we should we should do that here as well. In the past, this fund there should be an accounting to the town meeting for what we've been using this money for.
Great.
And what we anticipate using the money for. This is even a pretty general category.
I agree. I think if you give a few examples, just like you did to Chris Greeley, she gets it right away once you
We
give
have
her
that
something
information.
concrete.
Mark, are you suggesting a slide?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
You explain to the people what we're doing with their money.
Great. So then, oh, go ahead, please.
Go ahead.
I think the next few articles, it's the series of CPA articles. The first is the general housekeeping article, where the anticipated revenues are, and I didn't grab that pile of, oh, I did. The anticipated revenues are allocated into the 3 mandated reserves, as well as the operating expense, with the balance going to the undesignated fund. Undesignated funds may be used for any of those 3 categories, as well as recreational projects. And this is just the housekeeping article that funds the reserves. So the next step is to allocate out to specific projects. These were, CPA was in, I think, back in January to present all the projects to the board. We've grouped these articles by kind of funding purpose for the last several years, for a long while. And in general, the moderator reads the article. If there's a question on one of them, we can hold those. 3 community housing projects with funding tied to them. And these are projects that town meeting has seen before. The first is the Yarmouth Municipal Affordable Housing Trust for $200,000. The second is for Forward at the Rock. This is phase 2 of a project that's actually located over in Dennis. CPC was very clear when we were meeting with Forward at the Rock that they wanted to see funding from other communities. I made a note when I was sitting in the back of the room. We'll get the list of different committees, different towns who have contributed. I can tell you, I just read in my local paper, I know that Sandwich voted favorably on this, and it will be allocating money at their own town meeting. The last housing piece is Harwich Ecumenical Council for Housing. And this is a repair program for income-eligible homeowners.
I may have asked you before, but are those for Yarmouth homes?
Those are indeed for Yarmouth Homes. It's just the name of the organization is Harwich.
You might point out also that this allotment is over twice what the annual reserve for housing is. And I think that shows a commitment to housing from the CPC, that as quality projects arise, that they're prepared to exceed that annual reserve.
Yep, thank you. The next is a bit of an unusual CPA article. There's no funding tied to this article. This is an amendment to Article 15B that was voted 2 years ago in 2021, where town meeting appropriated funding to be used for a buy-down program. I think it was $375,000. I'll make sure that's the right figure for you. And when it was appropriated, it was set aside to buy down homes from market rate to affordable rates, intended to be used for home ownership only. What this amendment will do will expand that purpose so that market rate units can be bought down to affordable rates, but these affordable housing units can be for sale or for rent. So it's conceivable we could work with a nonprofit who might be interested in doing this type of thing, and then they would serve as the landlord. So this is, next category of spending is historic resources. There's 3 separate articles here, or items. The first is funding for DPW, and we've been working quite closely with DPW. This is for Phase 2 at the Taylor Bray Farm. This would preserve the exterior of the barn. We know that a lot of work was done over the last year with Phase 1, which was structural repairs. This is really to button up the envelope and improve the inside finishes and to upgrade the septic system. So this is a request for $400,000. We'll be updating CPA tomorrow. We're working hard with Catalyst Architects and Coastal Engineering to get our plans together, and we will have a professional cost estimate in hand for the town meeting. Second item is the Yarmouth Port, or it's not Yarmouth Port, it's just Yarmouth Library Association, $100,000 to replace their HVAC and gutters up at the Yarmouth Port Library on Route 6A. And then the last item here is for the Yarmouth Friends. This is an exciting project for the Friends Meeting House on, I think it's North Main, $264,000. This is, I think, the first real preservation effort in a long while for this really important historic asset. Open space and recreation projects, there's 3. And I'm going to turn around because I think Kathy's going to get ready. We'll tag team to Kathy Williams, our town planner. There's 3, sure, you can move forward. Bill's, Bill, got the hook. Whoops. You're good. There's 3 articles, one of which is the Riverwalk Park. I'll save that for last. The first is additional funding for the Friends of Bass River associated with the upper Bass River watershed preservation efforts. This organization's been really successful in lining up outside interest in this project and securing additional funds. Again, working very closely with the DPW on this project. This is $167,600 that will go towards preliminary bridge design and bog restoration design and permitting. YD Red Sox, this is a new request for CPA. This is installation of safety netting at the Red Wilson Field. This is a new requirement that's been put on the various baseball organizations. CPC did ask, the $100,000 was not the full request made by the YD Red Sox. The CPC asked that the YD Red Sox also make a request from the town of Dennis, which they're doing so. I think that Dennis considers their CPC requests in October. So last one is a big request. It's $3 million from existing on-hand funds. This would be $3 million from the undesignated reserve to go towards the construction of the Riverwalk Park, Boardwalk Loop, and event space infrastructure. There's 2 articles tied to the Riverwalk Park this year. The total request is $6 million. This $3 million here is from the on-hand available funding that's in our undesignated reserve. The second request is the next article, which is Article 33. And that would, this is something new for Yarmouth. This is a CPA article requesting bond authorization for $3 million associated, again, with the construction of the Riverwalk Park. And I'll turn it over to Kathy, who we have kind of a prepared presentation on this one and some additional slides.
I think the idea is to kind of educate people who may not be totally familiar with the project, kind of what we're doing here. So basically what we're going to start off was back in 1986, the town purchased this 22-acre parcel here for recreational purposes. Since then, we've taken a look at a lot of different opportunities for recreation, and right now we've settled on a viable recreational plan for a new public park here, as well as an elevated boardwalk on the marshland to the south.
Kathy, that doesn't show up on the screen. Let me get you a mouse so you can use a cursor.
Oh, thank you.
This way the folks at home will be able to see the pointer.
Sure.
The big one.
This plan is just trying to give people a general idea of where we are. This is Route 28. This is the Parkers River. This is Seagull Beach. And this is the parcel that most people refer to as, oops, sorry, as the former. Well, yeah, apparently. How do you get
Do you want me
back?
to go backwards?
How do you get backwards?
It's a rogue mouse.
Oh.
People don't know that mice are actually wild animals.
Well, maybe I'll use this to forward and back, and I'll use the mouse for.
There you go.
For the cursor.
All I hit was escape.
Needs batteries.
I think you should run a full diagnostic.
Poor Belle. Right.
Oh, my God.
Hey.
I don't know if I want to touch it. It might be cursed or possessed. All right, so we're going to start again. Back in 1986, the town purchased the 22-acre property here at 669 Route 28, which is this is Route 28, Parker's River Bridge, Parker's River, Seagull Beach, large marshland to the south. They purchased it for recreational purposes, and we spent a lot of time trying to figure out what we wanted to do on this particular property. And we now have a very viable project, which would be a public park here on this property, in addition to an elevated boardwalk on the marshlands to the south. The elevated boardwalk it's going to be a 6-foot wide looped boardwalk, and it's going to have fabulous views of the marsh to the south. It's going to have 3 overlooks, here, here, and here, as well as benches for people to sit. And there's also going to be interpretive signage, so people have an understanding, education about what the marsh is like and the different wildlife that's available there. The park itself will have restrooms, it'll have parking, it's going to have a kayak launch, it's going to have a play area for children, it's going to have a space for artist shanties as well as public art, and then a giant area here for periodic public events such as a pirate festival or a carnival or different performances. The whole idea is to really create a destination location along Route 28 that will help energize this area and also help create an economic development as well as promote redevelopment private property in the particular area. The park will also offer a lot of health benefits and recreational opportunities, not just for our residents, but also for visitors, as well as it also meets the town's vision for creating some type of central community gathering space, which is one of the things that came up as part of the vision plan, as well as providing more public access to the water. This project has been vetted extensively. We had a 2017-2018 design and concept feasibility study that was done. We had a robust public participation at that time. We did make numerous modifications to the project. The most notable was, instead of going all the way across the marsh to Seagull Beach with the boardwalk, we decided to scale it back and just have the looped boardwalk. We've obtained many of the necessary permits that are required for this project, and we're working very actively on the remaining few that we have that are needed. And if we receive the funding that we need at annual town meeting, we'll be able to go out to bid, if all the permitting works out as well, this summer, so that we can start construction in the fall. We have literally never been closer to constructing a project in the site in 37 years of trying. It's a wonderful project that is really in our grasp, and we really need to move forward right now. As with wastewater or any other construction project, inflation is not our friend and will never be our friend, and we really need to move forward now and not delay the project. Although the estimated construction costs for the project is $10.6 million, the project creates significant town assets by providing many, many different type of recreational opportunities that are being combined into a single project. You could have had a kayak launch as a separate project, the boardwalk is a separate project, the event space is a separate project, but this is being constructed as one comprehensive waterfront. Article 33 is seeking to authorize from the town meeting to bond up to $3 million in CPA funds. CPA bonding allows for borrowing for large projects just like this, and gets paid back over time, secured by future CPA revenues. As I think have been discussed previously, CPA is limited to projects that are related to affordable housing, historic, open space, and recreation. A minimum of 10% of the revenues need to go into housing, historic, and open space, with the rest of it going into what's referred to as an undesignated bucket. And that undesignated bucket can be used for any of those three, in addition to recreation. The proposed CPA bonding of $3 million will be paid back over 10 years at an estimated 5% interest rate using the future CPA undesignated funds. Even with the bonding authorization, other CPA eligible projects will still be able to move forward. As you can see in the chart here, there's significant in the dark blue. There we go. In the dark blue, this is the undesignated. And as you can see, undesignated annual CPA funds go up every single year. And this light blue is the estimated debt from the Riverwalk Park, and it goes down each year. So there's a significant amount of undesignated funds that would be available for other projects. Additionally, we're also carrying over $910,000 worth of open space funds and $860,000 worth of undesignated funds from FY24, even with the CPA articles all being approved at annual town meeting. We are still also looking at grant and other funding sources, including donations and the possibility of naming rights to reduce the amount that would ultimately need to be bonded as we get near the end of the project and see what that number would be. And we want to get it as low, below $3 million as we possibly can. The Drive-In Site Utilization Committee met recently to talk about naming rights, and we're going to be coming before the Board of Selectmen with a memo sometime after annual town meeting so we can discuss those opportunities further. There's also going to be long-term funding opportunities with regard to the boardwalk plank sales, as well as fees for the periodic special events. However, what we really need is the funding secured now so that we can award a construction contract this fall and get the project going while we start looking for these other funding sources, or continue looking at these other funding sources. It's important to note that if the funding is not authorized, the project will need to be significantly scaled back. It'll need to be redesigned, re-permitted. There's going to be delays in the construction, and it would not start this fall. Delays in construction may have some impacts to the other grant funds that we have available, the Land Water Conservation Fund grant, as well as the Seaport grant, which have certain time limitations on it and can't really be extended. There are also regulatory changes that are in the works that are just going to result in increased construction costs if we delay. We often hear in the town of Yarmouth that it takes too long to complete town projects. We're asking tonight for annual town meeting The funding is needed to finish this very beneficial project that town staff and the Drive-In Site Utilization Committee volunteers have been working on for 8 years and will create an asset for our community that will be enjoyed for generations.
And is this the slide that you end on?
No, next slide.
Sorry.
There you
picture.
go, bingo.
Pretty picture ends.
Yeah.
I've learned from Bill.
That's what we usually do. I was wondering, I was surprised we didn't see the pretty picture
We'll
yet.
flip sooner.
Yeah, there you go, bingo.
I think Jim Saban, the DISEC chair, will probably be reading the script, and I'll be working.
I just wanted to make an observation. When you talked about the other land aside from the Riverwalk Park that can be used for special events, and when you gave specific examples of what those events were, that made a lot of sense. It really did, and it was a lot more concrete than just saying, this is an open space we can use for other events. What does that mean? But when she gave examples about concerts and the Pirates activity and things like that, and it took you all of a few seconds, but it makes it a lot more understandable.
Mr. Chairman? Yeah, I grade the presentation an A. It was, you hit all the key points. One of the things I love about the CPA article is that just the level of detail that you give the voters so that they know what's going on. It's all out there, it's up front. I'm just looking for some of that on the tourism promotion. You know, we need to be able to explain to people what we're doing with that money. Even if it's not looking forward-looking, I mean, past-looking is helpful.
Right.
All right? And I know at a few town meetings ago, we actually got stumped when questions were being asked. And, you know, I think having that information on a slide, having that information available is important. On this, one of the things I'd like to suggest on this is it's almost like, you know, how many superlatives can you add to a presentation, right? Because there's just so many. But there's a lot of stuff that you folks have done, Kathy, that can't be overlooked. For example, this project was conceived with tremendous amount of public input, all right? That's a huge credit to you and the work that you have done in the department in surveys. So, like I said, I grade the presentation an A, but there's some things there that I don't think should be overlooked. And I would say that a huge credit for this project is the amount of public input that you've had. It has sort of, I honestly believe the surveys that your department did in the beginning actually breathed life into this project. This drive-in site project was going nowhere. It wasn't until the planning department, community development office, started doing surveys and getting into the community to hear what people wanted. And this is something that truly reflects what the surveys called for. So it's all you need to do is maybe add a sentence or just a bullet about the extensive public involvement. The other thing that you deserve credit for is the extensive number of public meetings. I mean, you've done, this project has had more public meetings than probably any other project in town, right? So I think you should get, again, you get a lot of things to brag about here. I would probably put that on the brag list, too. 70, there you go, but it's, exactly, when you think about it, there have been over 70 meetings when this has been in public, and people have been able to comment. So that's incredible. So I think those are some incredible points right there. I'm glad you mentioned the grants. That's good, because that's important. People, I think in town meeting, it's helpful to almost lay out up front the fact that you've been aggressive in going after grant money. And the only other thing that I would think about, and this is sort of prospective, is we have an opportunity here in terms of the interpretive exhibits, not just to interpret, you know, marsh areas and wildlife, but also there's a growing awareness that our marshes, our salt marshes, are so important from a climate change point of view. You know, it gives you a chance to talk about climate change in this site. So when you're at a boardwalk and you're looking over a salt marsh, a fairly beautiful salt marsh, there may be some value in reminding people, or through an interpretive exhibit, maybe there's one of them or one of the poster boards to talk about carbon sequestration salt marshes, and why what people are looking at is the health of this ecosystem is critical. in terms of sequestering carbon. And I think Yarmouth deserves some credit for, I mean, it's great that we're cleaning up our estuaries and our salt marshes, but the reality is that in the grand scheme of things, these initiatives have a host of other benefits that sometimes we don't even talk about. And I think we've got bragging rights in this spot right here, because climate change is something that people do care about. And the fact is, by our collective efforts to restore the health of Parker's River, along with this park, you know, it gives us a chance to talk a little bit about why it's so important from a climate change point of view and it also gives us a chance to even explain to people some of the efforts underway to protect. I mean, the Parker's River, I mean, it's beautiful, and I think this project is going to be something definitely to brag about for years to come. But again, excellent presentation. You get all sorts of things to brag about. You've done great work on this. I think all the public meetings, I think, are all very, very important to stress. Again, I keep thinking about town meeting. We're getting a handful of new people coming to town and participating at town meeting. And I really, you know, I stressed this earlier, I think it's an opportunity for us to explain a little bit about just what we're doing, step back periodically. And I think it speaks volumes to the approach that we take on how we do projects. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody else on the board want to ask questions, or anybody in the audience want to ask questions about an article? Our town moderator would like to have our attention.
I don't really have a question. I have a couple comments. Ken Moody, town moderator. You all mentioned, and I totally support, the concept of trying to keep a few things simple. As a listener here, as a common everyday citizen, and I really am, there's about 6 or 7 articles, I guess I'd like to compose it this way, 6 or 7 articles that have to do with either wastewater, sewer, however you want to put that. As a manager of the articles, they're independent, but they're pretty interdependent.
Sure
And
they
for
are.
anybody who can articulate, before we get deep into the weeds during the town meeting, how all that works. For example, some of the articles are already continuations of things we've passed, but not everybody understands that.
Yep.
There's the state legislated septic issue, which people think has a lot to do with this, and quite honestly, I don't think at this point it really does, but people get confused. So anything that can be done to recognize the interdependence of that core of articles would be a great help. The other thing I wanted to mention was, you may not be aware of this, but this town does a lot more outreach. You've just mentioned it about Kathy and that group, than many other towns. I see a lot of activity in other towns and things that they're saying, gee, do we communicate with our citizens? You go, gee, maybe we ought to. So I think we should give ourselves a pat on the back for what we do, and maybe you don't all recognize it because you get so buried in it. The other thing, 2 other things. One, you know, I never prejudge how much activity there could be on articles and discussions, and I know Dan never did. So it'd be nice to be able to address all these articles and give everybody an opportunity to express their views, you know, cogently and efficiently. But the goal is not to do it all. We all hope, but we're not going to manage. I don't want to manage the town meeting by what's on the clock. And this is, I think we're going to have a pretty good turnout of better than in my tenure. It's the first sort of non-COVID-y type town meeting that I've participated in. The other one is that I wanted to let you know that we'll have a little entertainment before the meeting starts when people are signing up and mingling. We have a DY jazz combo, which will be playing probably from about 5:30 to 5:55. Thanks to Mr. Pendleton at DY School. Chris, by the way, someday we'll get the Voc School. We'll get them next year, okay? Remind me. And also we will have several students that will sing the Star Spangled Banner, or the national anthem. I sort of opted for God Bless America, but we'll do that some other time too. It's a better song. So all that being said, I think we've done a great job in preparing, and I thank everybody here for the support.
Thank you.
Any questions of me?
Chris Greeley.
Oh, did you have questions, ma'am?
I'm done.
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, wait a minute. Ken, get back there.
Absolutely, I'm down.
Oh, okay.
Mark has something he wants to talk to you about.
Yeah, you said we're going to have music there?
It's a light jazz combo.
Okay. Where are they going to be set up?
We're working on that. Either below, or, there's a little area to the right looking down, or a little bit of an area on the stage. Alex Pendleton seems to have this, he's pretty confident he knows how to do this, but I'm meeting with him prior to this.
Okay. Yeah, I think from a logistical point of view, we have a meeting usually before town meeting, so it's just helpful to know where we're going to be.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty quiet. He uses the term cocktail jazz, which is a pejorative term for a real jazz fan.
Yeah, that's great. You answered my question.
Okay.
Thanks.
Is this a jazz question, Chris?
Well, I could dance for you, but I don't think
There you
you
go.
want that. I actually want to make a comment. I'm probably going on close to 40 years of town meetings and sitting at board meetings and that. And I have to tell you how impressed I am with the work that has been done here. And I've seen it over so many weeks. I mean, the 11 o'clock night, now with all these people here doing wonderful presentations at this hour after a long day in the office. The comprehensive nature of it. I know that Bill had, 72 pages on the diff that he managed to keep us from having to watch tonight. I mean, it's just extraordinary. The committees, the various presentations that have come in have really, I think, been quite wonderful this year, and a very, very big step forward in terms of a lot of thought about not just what everybody was doing and trying to accomplish, but also the whole idea of how do you communicate this to the community and try to get them also to get to a point of understanding. But I just think there should be an amazing round of applause for everybody, starting on the top down or up from the bottom up, because I know this was taking place in departments with everybody who's, working here in town, a whole group of citizens, volunteers who are on committees and things, and just the presentation, the materials and everything was really quite extraordinary in my past experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
The name is Sue Cameron, and I live on Fessenden Street in South Yarmouth, 2020 Fessenden, and I moved there in July. So, in contrast to Chris, this is going to be my first town meeting, and that's why I came to the dry run to kind of understand, what you guys do and what you're voting on. So you've been doing this for a lot of years. I was a little reluctant about whether or not I should make comments and suggestions, but it seems like as it is a dry run, that's kind of what you were looking for. This warrant is it's a budget, basically, right? It is a request to spend money. So I think people should be kind of warned ahead of time if they're not accustomed to that. It's very heavy in detail of numbers, and there's a lot of text. I don't know if that's typically what you show people, but people are either going to be reading the screen or listening to the person who's, I guess, reading the text. So I don't know how you warn people about that, but I found it very heavy, and I do finance. So I'm not one of those people who my eyes glass over when I see numbers, but for most people, that's the case. I would like to suggest that the Finance Committee be recognized and it be explained to the townspeople that there is a Finance Committee. They are volunteers. They have gone over all of this. You will see in the bottom the 6-0 votes and that kind of thing. I think it builds a little credibility. Like your neighbors have been participating in this process for many months. And plus, having been on a finance committee, I know it's a lot of hard work. It's your volunteer time. The other thing is you have up there, you call things enterprise funds or enterprise budgets. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's important, but telling people what enterprise means. This term, free cash, somebody mentioned that. There is no such thing as free cash, to the average
sure.
person. It's probably their savings account. So if you say, well, we call it free cash, but it's really our savings account. It's money we have squirreled away or whatever. The septic facility, I don't know where that is or why we have one. Because if everybody has a septic system, which we all know sits in your yard, where does this waste come from, And are we going to continue to have such a thing, and for how many years, and that kind of thing? The big controversial item is going to be your Article 18, right? And, I think there were some good comments about trying to let people understand what it's going to cost them. And I was really impressed with Mr. Whitnauer's explanation until he said 15,000, and I started seeing people just like explode over that, So, to just maybe clarify that it would be, a total nut of 15,000, but clearly over 30 years, it comes out to X dollars per month or something like that,
You might have missed it, but I think he mentioned approximately $500 a year.
500 a year, yeah. So, but that's probably a better number to start with than the 15,000 suggestion. But I think also that making the point that if we don't do this, and you are a homeowner with a septic system that fails, you are going to have to pay 50 grand or whatever, one of these fancy systems, I think it has to be explained as we really don't have a choice, folks. We have to do this. I don't know if you're going to have people coming who say, I don't want this, I don't want this, I don't know what you're going to be up against. But tell them what the alternative is if they vote this down, that's about it. Oh, but except for this last presentation about CPA and CPC, you get very involved in your acronyms. Where does that money come from? We're going to spend $3 million or $6 million or $10 million on this thing. Where does that money come from? I just don't know.
It's basically a surtax on your property bill.
Yeah, so I mean, if you tell people you already pay for this and we've been accumulating it and we have $30 million and now we want to spend $6 million, something like that. I don't know. It's just a tremendous amount of money when you talk about 47 million, and your average person, I don't think, has a context for that, So those are just some thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for your input, and we're happy to have you, and we look forward to seeing you at town meeting. It's nice to get that input from somebody that hasn't. I think I can answer a couple of your, or comment on a couple of your issues. The Finance Committee will be seated on the stage along with the Board of Selectmen. They are individually introduced by the moderator. And you also get a lot of public debate, especially on the big ticket items. People will stand in the aisle, they'll be given a microphone. It can get entertaining up to a point until our town moderator is done with it, and then he'll move it to a vote ultimately. But it's not simply the staff and the selectmen advancing articles. You'll see a lot of public debate. A lot of the routine financial articles, not so much. They'll pretty much go without any kind of discussion. But it's a great you made some good points about defining terms like an enterprise fund. You're right. We assume everybody knows what an enterprise fund is, and not everybody knows. So we could talk about that just in a few general terms. Free cash, we can define that. It's not very difficult. That's basically money that's left over at the end of the year because we didn't spend it, or we were very good managing it, or revenues exceeded our expectations, and that's the amount of money that's left. But we can just make a brief explanation on that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, one of the things I'd like to just draw to your attention is when you go to the town meeting, there'll be this warrant booklet with recommendations, and in it will be definitions for a lot of the terms. Maybe one of the things that we could do is maybe expand on this in future town meetings, maybe to include some additional information, but generally, people follow that as a guide, and it's generally very helpful. It has free cash definition in it, has enterprise fund definition in it, so.
Really read that?
Yeah, they do. No, in fact, one of the things we'll be talking about is how quickly we can get this out to people.
We almost won a Pulitzer Prize one year.
And we could, just in a couple sentences, explain what the Community Preservation Act is, where that money comes from. That wouldn't hurt, and it'll only take a few sentences. So, yeah, we want people to understand what they're doing. But, I will tell you, and I've been in many, many town meetings, it's a learning process. I don't think you go to one and you come out there and you know everything there is to know about town meetings. It's the kind of thing you got to keep going. And generally, you it's like anything else. You'll kind of fall into it. But thank you so much for your comments. I appreciate it. Does anybody have anything else, or does anybody out there on the screen have any comments or questions?
No hands up.
Okay. I don't think Dorcas has anything tonight. Do you, Dorcas, on board and committees?
Move right along. I wonder if you might want to look at we have the warrant article motions. If we might
Sign them.
spend a minute trying to figure that out. That'll help us to do the books.
I don't know if anybody's got articles they'd like to do in particular, but if nobody does, I would like to do.
I
the
don't
18,
want Article 19.
To the wastewater articles.
No, it's the diff. I don't want that article.
Oh, I'll take care of the diff, don't worry about it. Either that, or I'm gonna move that we put the diff article only as a separate article on for Wednesday night, starting at 5 o'clock. And then probably move the budget, which is like 2 and 12.
25, 630. So you're really looking at 7 articles apiece?
No, we won't get 7 because the school committee will move their article, won't they? And the CPC folks will move their article,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, they always do.
And does the school committee usually from Tech move their article? Okay, so subtract those 3. So what does that bring you down to for a number? Not counting the petitioned articles.
Okay, so that's out.
Just on our own articles, we have, what? 30.
So we'll take all the CPCs out. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Don't they typically move their own?
Yes, they do.
So
1, 2.
if you take,
So I come to 27.
so there's 27, so we go 5 apiece.
Oh, that's right, 20, it would be 25. That's perfect.
5 apiece.
5 piece.
So I'll do 2, 12, 18, 19, and 20. And then
I'd like to do the last 5.
What did you do? You just picked 2? What are you doing?
Number 2, 12, 18, 19, and 20. So let me, Mark, you want the last 5?
Yep. I think it's 27, 26, 25, 24, 23.
So what number do you start at, Mark, the last?
23.
23
Yep.
through
27.
23, 4, 5, 6, 7, okay. So Dan,
I'll do whatever you want.
pick 5.
Dorcas, why don't you go first?
Dorcas, pick 5.
I just do the first 5 that are open then.
So
So that'd be 1, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, up to 7. No, 5, I'm sorry, that's right, up to 6.
okay. Now we got Dan,
All right.
and then we got Peter. what's left.
So I would have 7, 10, Dan. So I would have 7, 10, 11, 14, 15.
7, 10, 11, 14, and 15?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
And then
people have the rest.
whatever the remaining articles are, Peter will do.
Okay.
You got that?
Perfect. All set. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
So, now, on agenda review, is our next meeting the town meeting?
Yes,
The night of the town meeting? We don't have any more meetings prior to that?
that's correct.
So, we're looking at after town meeting, right? If anybody has any input on, is it, so May 2 looks like we're pretty blocked up, but we have a lot of tentatives on the county level, right?
Yes, we hope May 2 is county night. So I know that's,
Yeah. And then we have an election on the 16th, so there's no meeting. And then on the 23rd, we're gonna try to get the St. Patrick's Day folks in. A water rate discussion, tentative. NIPS bottle with a possible town meeting article. Discussion, Board of Selectmen change to Select Board, town meeting article. And that brings us to June 6th. Does anybody have any input on?
On the 23rd, is that the night we also reorganize?
Yes, because the election's the 16th.
Right, so we typically do that the first, so we might want to add that in there just to make note of that.
A lot of holidays coming up. We got June 6th and the 20th a holiday, and we got the 27th and July 4th a holiday. So. What's going on with that Forest Road project? Have they moving forward at all with that?
they have indicated that they're going to set up a public forum on it, and that's all the information that we've received. I don't have a date and a time for that, I don't think yet, but I know they're working on a public forum. We've received indications that they're trying to set that up now.
Okay, we don't have any rough timeframes or anything on that.
No.
What about the Mattakese Middle School Reuse Committee, a discussion on a charge? That seems, I mean, with the school abandoning that property, that seems like something we could maybe move on this summer,
Yeah, I think, if not sooner.
if not sooner.
Yeah, I think right after town meeting, I think I would recommend if we can, let's set aside the time and focus on that and get that whole process going, recruiting for committees.
So do you have a slot you'd want to put that in, maybe?
I'd say June 6th.
You got the 6th or the 27th
Yeah.
of June.
So, yeah, so we'd be looking for Bill and Bob to sort of help with the draft charge and then begin the process of,
We'd we'd update the schedule and then
yeah,
give you probably bylaws for the
Yeah.
committee. That's what we usually do, is develop a very short bylaw for the committee that gives you the charge and when they
a
meet.
bylaw for the town meeting.
Well, I mean, just for committees, I usually set up sort of guidance. Yeah, the charge, but I also, when they meet.
Yeah, in
you know,
Yarmouth, we
the
call
chair
them
is-
charges.
All right.
So, and if there's a bylaw that we need to adopt, you're not
No, we don't.
suggesting that we don't?
We don't need a bylaw.
Is June 6th enough time for that, Bob? Or would it be
Yeah, it's
better
fine,
to
yeah.
go
It's pretty quick.
the next meeting?
No, let's start June 6th and get it rolling.
Okay.
Because people do ask us about the committee, and
Yeah,
And they
you know,
get
there's
on
a
it
lot of
and-
public interest in that, no question about that.
If you could appoint the DIF committee, I know that's right at the top of everybody's mind. We're on the same time.
Will we possibly be ready for a Mass DOT update about Route 28?
What I would recommend is just, if it's okay, is, this is up to the town administrator, but just periodically update us during the town administrator report in terms of what's going on. At this point, it's just a question of,
Didn't they say they were gonna get back to us in a couple weeks?
Yes.
What they said,
so there should be, Chris Flanagan, State Representative Flanagan, was going to set up another meeting, and probably that will happen, if we stick to his schedule, probably by the end of April, early May. So maybe I think it's good to flag that, so that we should get an update from him or, you know, Bob on behalf of the rep. There should be another meeting. I'm glad you flagged that, because we don't want that to slip, right?
Right. What about that special municipal employee designation? We never went forward with that. It was kind of on the front burner for a while, and then it kind of disappeared.
You should bring that back. There,
Do we really need to? I mean, do we have
Don't we have a number of
thing that we have to do?
people that were interested in that? You know, that's for like,
could address some potential conflict of interests, you know, that people face when they volunteer for.
yeah, I think when I was on the rec commission, I think we were special employees at the time, which meant I don't do municipal law, but if I did, I could, for example, go before the planning board or the Board of Appeals.
We do have an extensive list of which boards and commissions were designated as special municipal employees. We had to revisit it probably about 2 years ago. So we can dig that out for you. Some of the newer committees may not have been. But there was an old list going back to Bob Lawton days that we had dug out. And I don't recall, Mr. Rittenhour, whether you were here when we revisited it for one of the committees or not.
Yeah, we looked at it, but not comprehensively, so I guess the idea is whether we look at it more.
I think it may have been for the school building committee. May have been when we had to look at it the last time.
Well,
So we can dig
my
that out.
recommendation, Mr. Chairman, would be to look at it if we're going to bring it up, let's bring it up. Make sure that we understand which committees have been
Yeah,
designated.
I'm not saying it's the most pressing thing on the list, but it's something we kind of just kind of dropped. I remember for a while, we were anxious to do something with that. Again, I'm not,
I think it came up in the context of the Community Economic Development Committee. There was some suggestion that that kind of designation was needed for that purpose, but the need for it, I think, has since.
no, I agree. It was specific to it, but then I think Bob said, well, we should look at it in general terms to try to address it with respect to other boards and committees so that we can keep a healthy pool of volunteers that might otherwise not want to come forward because of the conflict.
Yeah, I just think it would be helpful to know which committees have already been designated.
Yeah.
And to look at it in that sense, so we have a clear sense of which ones should be designated, maybe those that haven't been but should, and allow the town administration sufficient time to sort that out with the town clerk, just so that, you know, we have up-to-date records. And it may be that as a board, we have to reaffirm or
That'd be the best thing
restate.
to do.
You know, there may be some benefit in doing that, you know? But it's almost like taking this on as a little bit of a project, just to make sure that we're up to speed, and the actual definition we're current with. What does that mean? Maybe Mass General Law has changed. Maybe the definition of that term has changed in law, you know? So I think it's going to be one of those things that if we're going to get into it, might as well just dig right in. That's what I would recommend.
It also serves, if I may, a purpose on cross committees. So if you're a member of the Board of Selectmen, but in one town, a gentleman was also on the Cemetery Commission, he couldn't rule on anything related to that budget and those kind of things. So planning board members are assigned to capital budget and other things, so there's a cross connection there that one of them needs to be one entity, and it's not individuals, it's the entity that becomes special municipal employee status. So usually you would do the planning board because they have people in other committees that a conflict might come up, that they have something in front of them that relates to infrastructure and somebody is on the capital committee.
Okay, anybody have anything else?
I do. From a recreation perspective, what about we take a look at beach rules and so forth, like at the June 6th meeting, so we're not like jumping on it right at the time of the summer?
Beach
we could
rules?
Yeah, I mean, just talking to the Recreation Commission, maybe have them here for anything that they feel that we may need to act on before the summer comes. So that if there is something that's going to require some discussion, we have time to do it before the beaches really get full.
I think that's an excellent idea. You know, I mean, rec has kind of just dropped off the radar screen. We lost our rec director. I have no clue as to even who's running things or what they're doing over there, what's going on. I mean, rec seems
She
to
went
just,
to Chatham, I think.
yeah,
She
but
did, yeah.
who's-
But
who's running?
the assistant director,
the
the
assistant is.
assistant director is
Assistant is?
currently, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it would be good to have the rec commission in, like June 6th, because that's before the summer really gets started. We could talk about some of the issues that may come up, any potential issues for the lifeguards, in essence, become the police force of the beaches.
Right. I also know that in the early part of the year in the past, we've taken up beach parking. Remember Gray's Beach has been an issue. I don't know if we need to revisit any of that.
I think we do. I think we just have to be, before the summer comes, that we're all in the same, communication again, that we're all on the same level,
Right. I think you're right. I think your suggestion is great. I think focusing on the things that we need to address before the summer onslaught, right?
Right, right. Because then in the middle of the summer, you're taking the recreation staff away from where they really are needed. They don't need to be sitting here before us. They need to be out doing what they need to do.
So you're
Get
pitching.
an update on the camps too. Like you got the camp that's gonna be starting up for the summer. I think just get a generalized report from them of what's going on.
The refreshment stands at the various
Oh, yeah. That's been a challenge, right?
Okay, let's go to individual items. Mark?
Me, individual items. I have a real interest in, and maybe we can talk about this now, or maybe under the administrator's report, but we're not gonna meet again until town meeting. I'm interested in seeing if there's some way we can get the warrant, at least an electronic version of the warrant, posted on our website, and maybe a mass distribution through social media. Because we've had discussions about the fact that the newspapers, we used to have the warrant printed in the Register, and the Register's gone. Then it gets printed in the Cape Cod Times these days, which you can't read. You need a magnifying glass. So the normal forms of getting the warrant out don't work. We've talked and discussed as a board mailing. I'm totally in support of a mailing idea, but I understand that that's controversial and there's no consensus behind that. So rather than do nothing, I think the sooner we can get a PDF version of the warrant out and blast it and post it and get it available to people, the better, because I know there are some people that would benefit from having access to it. And the sooner we get the printed version available for folks would be great. Now, I don't know if there's a PDF version of the town report, but you know what? If there's a way to make a PDF version of the town report, blasting and having available soon, I mean, town meeting is coming real fast. So having PDF versions of the town report and the warrant and pushing that out would be great. And I'd be interested, before I close my time, give up my time, is to just maybe get a reaction from the town administrator in terms of what he thinks.
Yes, definitely. Warrant, go up on the website, and then we'll investigate how to push that with social media. We've been having a lot of success pushing people to the website with the social media, and I'll give you a glimmer of my town administrator report. I know Paul Chaffee's here, who's done a tremendous job helping us push people toward that website, keep the website updated. Just this week, we jumped to 883 page views on April 3 for the town's website because of specifically the material that we're sending out to folks, that we're promoting. Visit our website, see the information there, and we're up to almost 1,000 hits a day just on people checking out that website. So add the warrant onto that and to also push it with the social media, I think that's right up our alley, and we're ready to jump on that.
That would be great.
I would also suggest you might want to look at the libraries. You know, like there are a lot of people that can't read a computer screen. So maybe you could have a couple of copies that can't be taken out of the library, but would allow people to be able to sit there and read it.
Yeah. I think, again, the broadest distribution, I remember when my first year on the board, I mean, it was like top secret, The warrant didn't show up until the very last minute, and you couldn't find a town report until the day of town meeting. There are some folks, again, I mean, I hate to talk about old school and old timers, but there are some folks that like to grab the warrant a few days before town meeting, or maybe even a week before town meeting, and spend some time going through it along with the warrant. And I think we should really take advantage of that. And so the sooner that stuff is available, I think now more people are getting used to the computers. I mean, if we can have the warrant and the report available at least a week before town meeting, and maybe something on a PDF version even earlier, I think that would be a huge help. And then we won't have the conversation about mailing it to people, There are other convenient ways to provide access to it, but I think this is just so important.
Just make sure that we have enough, because I think we'll have a healthy number of people at this town meeting.
Yeah, remember the time, were you the moderator when we ran out? I mean, that was embarrassing.
I think this has the potential to be a very heavily attended meeting.
Yeah. And so we're gonna have to find someone to move questions at town meeting,
Unfortunately, it cannot be me.
I know. Ms. Greeley, maybe she knows of someone, so. My other item was, this woman who was here speaking at the end and giving us some good criticism. I thought that was terrific. I would pitch someone get her a talent bank form. And
Already have.
Oh, you have? Okay, good. That's great. I think very sharp, new arrivals. And this is what's happening. The new arrivals, a lot of these folks that I'm bumping into are genuinely interested in getting involved in the town. I can't tell you how many people I've bumped into. And hopefully, as we improve the website, it'll be easier to get to the talent bank form for people to fill out. But she did make a comment about the costs. And again, I don't want to beat a dead horse, although I'm known to do that from time to time. The information about the costs, I'm just going to encourage Bob and Bill to really think through that, because not putting something up explaining the basics on the costs, some people may react negatively to not the non-disclosure of that. I know this is something that I've harped on with the mailings, making sure that we fully and openly disclose the costs and who's impacted and so forth. I was disappointed that we didn't have anything on the screen, and I think it might, the reality is we know that's a sensitive topic and that it's going to provoke some reaction, but I just as soon deal with it head on and get that discussion, in front of people. So I think it's important for the cost information to be made available to the voters. And I'm a little uncomfortable, quite frankly, sort of waiting until someone asks the question before presenting it. Again, it's kind of old school, but that's I just wanted to get that out there. So those are my items, Mr. Chairman.
I'm fine, thank you.
Dorcas?
All set.
Okay. Go to town administrator items.
Okay, certainly, Mr. Chairman. I know we just met last week, so I don't have a long list, but I did want to update folks on our wastewater communication program, because I think, as I say, getting up to almost 1,000 hits a day on the website, it really shows that we're pushing people toward that. And as the website gets better, I think that's going to be really a key to our communication, is to try to push people in that direction. But, you know, we've had the communication team very active. Thank Mark Forrest sitting in on behalf of the Board of Selectmen to help us hone our messages. He always has excellent suggestions for us. That you saw a little bit of what we have, our consistent messaging with the PowerPoint slides that have been distributed, you know, throughout the community, and we're, I think, really getting consistent on the message. We're also, you know, branching into some more multimedia type of issues. I know that I contacted Leo Kokonis, who does the Spectrum program, and Jeff Colby and I spent yesterday taping a session for that, that is going to be on Sunday morning on WCOD 106.1 at 7 a.m., and it's going to be on at 6 a.m. on WXTK 95.1, and I think you'll enjoy it. Mr. Kokonis was awesome with us and helped tease out all of this information that we're talking about, and I think the local residents will find it very, very informative. And we have been filming a video with Paul is here again, and as our IT director, he's really been a communication sort of guardian for us in pushing everything along in terms of how we get things out to people. So there's a fascinating video that had a lot of members of the community participate in, that'll be ready to show on our government channel. I had some copies of our brochure along with the frequently asked questions. We've got the mailers going out to people. The brochures have gone out. I think I indicated that last week already, to all of the neighborhood associations, Crime Watch, and everyone. And obviously, we've got the April 13 forum coming up. That'll be a big forum. April 18, we're going to be doing the Ed Lambert show. Maybe we'll spend some time with his brother Ted. But no, Mr. Lambert has graciously set aside some time for us to go on, and hopefully we'll get, you know, some back and forth on that too, because it's going to be Tuesday, April 18. Now that's when I still don't have the times exactly set, but that's when we're going to be taping with him. And we're also trying to work on getting on board for Cape Cod Broadcasting, and also with Mindy Todd on the Point. So there, hopefully another couple of, that'll be 4 or 5 different radio programs before town meeting. And things I think are really coming together, and the types of lessons that we're learning, partnerships that we're building in the community. I just want to say, for me, it's been a tremendous learning experience, and just experience in general, working with folks in the community that we don't normally work as closely with, building strong partnerships, for instance, with the business community, with the communication community. And I think as we move forward, establish our communications department, the successes we're having now, the lessons that we're learning are going to be permanent improvements to the way we do business. And sometimes, you know, how necessity is the mother of invention. With a project of this size, I think we've really gone outside of our normal comfort zone to try to get the communication flowing. And I think in terms of community outreach, I'm very, very happy with the direction. But even more importantly, the team that we have, folks like Paul, that have just, you know, emerged as real superstars in helping get that message out, and also working with the members of the business community and our whole team. And Bill's just been tremendous too. His ideas are great. I want to also just mention too that, you know, Mark's been a great help on helping us get focused on this opioid situation. And I have discussed it with the Attorney General's office, and they're discussing it with their litigation team, and are right now analyzing their data, and they promised that they're going to put together a meeting for our local officials to discuss specifically how they came up with the numbers they came up with, what possible potential there is for any adjustments, and we're trying to prepare for that in a real strong fashion. I know tomorrow, Mark has got the county departments, I know in their manager's office, the assistant manager has done a lot of research regionally, comparing all of the other towns, also in terms of what their allotments have been, what programs they're doing. So what we're trying to prepare for Yarmouth is, what do we feel is our justified amount for these opioid settlement amounts? We know that similarly sized towns are getting 3 or 4 times as much as we are. Towns that don't even have the opioid crisis hit as hard in terms of deaths from fentanyl and issues of that nature. So, it is very troublesome. But in addition to focusing on the money, we're preparing some proposed programs and cost, so that we can show, if we did have these additional funds, that we could put them to really good use with specific programs. And we are fortunate that we have a highly qualified substance abuse committee in town with professionals in the substance abuse arena on that committee serving, and the Board of Health, Jay, has been very active. So we're also, going to sit down with the county and talk about programs as well, and just to try to prepare better for that. But as soon as the Attorney General's office gets back to me on a date to discuss what happened with those amounts and why we're at this position that we're in right now, I'll let the board know, and we're going to put together a team and meet with them. So that's ongoing. And again, thanks to Mark for calling attention to that matter, because it's, that's a critical piece. Just a smattering of a couple of things going on this week.
Whoever put together that literature for the wastewater, between the brochure and the single page, did an excellent job. I know it was a community effort on your part in town, but excellent job. I think it answers an awful lot of questions for people.
Don't you think it was helpful to have some of the cost information on there, too?
Very much so. I think that's the first thing most people are going to be asking.
Right.
What's it going to cost me?
Well, there's two costs that you have to be aware of: the cost of doing and the cost of not doing.
Yeah. Well, the cost of the town doing nothing means
Right.
a much more expensive burden.
If there was a cheaper way out, I'd be for it, but it's one or the other.
Ready for a motion to adjourn? Mr. Chairman? So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. We're adjourned. Thank you.